Ayun na. Malayo na. Sige.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the 4th Sociology and Anthropology Undergraduate Student Research Conference. For this half of our conference, we will begin with our third panel called Femininity's Faces, Features, and Facades. First to present is Joelle and Kwan, Czarina, Beatriz, Laguimun, and Earl Lopina with their paper entitled Ate, Yaya, and Manang, the perceptions of the live-in paid domestic helper of self-identity, roles, and practices. Their advisor is Ms. Cherry Audrey Alfiler, and their examiners are Jessica Sandra Claudio, Frances Michelle Nubla, and Professor Mary Racelis.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. To our panel, Ms. Jessie Claudio, who is joining us on site today. To Ma'am Michelle Nubla, who is with us but online. To Dr. Mary Rosales, who unfortunately cannot join us due to time zone differences. And of course, to our wonderful thesis advisor, Ma'am Cherry Alfiler. To our professors, our course mates, and our guests, good day. Today, we present to you our study, Ate, Yaya, and Manang, the perceptions of the lived-in paid domestic helper of self-identity, roles, and practices. To guide us in our study, we turn to Mead's theory of the social self, where we utilize the I and the me to analyze the responses and socializations of our participants. As for Bordeaux's social capital, this expounds on how the relationships contributed to the formation of their roles, their identities, through different norms and practices. Moreover, as you can see here, our framework is rooted in Mead's theory of the self and Bordeaux's theory of practice. The field here is made up of the female domestic worker, norms within the domestic worker's workplace, and immediate community in the workplace. And these are indicated in bold squares. The domestic helper self-perception is reflected in the me, which is the behavior she learned and encountered in her environment, and in I, which is how she responds to those learned and encountered behaviors. Self-perception here then is illustrated in broken lines, because this is what is being affected. In this study, we sought to answer first how women generally define their roles and identity, how women kasambahay generally define their role and identity. Second, how do their relationships influence their internalized roles and practices at work? And third, what norms do they observe in their workplace? Furthermore, the study follows a qualitative approach and purposive sampling method. We selected 8 female domestic workers from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao who fit the criteria reflected here. We also utilized life story interviews and photo elicitation for our primary data gathering methods. In analyzing the data, we used thematic analysis, which led us to identify 3 different major themes: role and identity, relationships and community, and workplace norms.
The first theme that we discovered was about the domestic workers' role and identity. The stories memorable to them spoke about their perception of themselves stemming from the internalization of certain terms and responsibilities from their childhood. First and foremost, the majority of the kasambahay that we interviewed have taken the role of breadwinners for their families. Their parents encouraged them to leave their hometowns in search for greater opportunities in the urban city, using their skills as a woman to provide for their families. Taking on this role of providers can be likened to the traditional expectations of a man. Moreover, they are tasked with the responsibility of acting as masters of their family, but also as a housewife. They work for their siblings' education and for their parents to live a life out of poverty. Thus, they are mindful of their income, leaving most of it to send back to their hometowns and setting a portion of it for their desires. In the words of Ella, hindi lang sa akin yung pera. On the other hand, their identities as housewives or as servants are emphasized by their negative stigma that comes with women's work in the household. They take a backseat in the role in their employers' households as compared to them being a breadwinner. They are degraded, taking up tasks historically known as beneath, distasteful, or too demanding, according to Branch and Wotton. As Lovely shared with us through this photo of an iron, she has internalized expectations of her to be without fault. She does not risk ironing in fears of possibly ruining her employer's clothes. Like other participants, Lovely sees herself as someone with lesser identity. They are referred to as only a kasambahay by implicit and explicit communication of their previous employers and family. Thus, gender roles and discrimination plays a big part in their self-perception. The women that we interviewed see themselves as more than employees or workers. Domestic workers are individuals that are separate from the responsibilities of the household. Although molded by entrenched cultural expectations, they move through life with autonomy. They have likes and dislikes, like Ate Lara's liking for K-pop and bags. They exercise freedom of choice by speaking up to their employers for injustices. Thus, they can also leave their workplace if they deem it not life-giving despite making ample income. The next theme revolves around the Filipino domestic workers' faith, virtues, and values as they navigate their employment. Exposure to religion imparts values like truthfulness, yet also creates a feeling of hiya when they act in opposition to their beliefs. Their integration with the religious community and the household's faith emphasizes the me that Mead describes. Their choices in action molding their identity. While our study also wished to discover more about their marital relationship and status, the participants did not elaborate that much. They only emphasized fulfilling the roles of a wife is expected to be, only in a different physical space than her actual home. Our second theme talks about relationships and community. We focused on the domestic workers' socialization in their respective environments and communities to show how these further molded her identity. All our participants shared that their current employers treat them as family, more or less, and Mead's concept of me allowed them to create long-term bonds as their employers, families' efforts, and the kasambahay reinforce their belongingness through language, words, and actions. For example, Ate Lovely shared how her employer's family would take into account her medical condition and lighten her workload by helping her. They include her in their travels and even family movie nights. And her narrative shows her personal connection with each of the family members that she lives with. She is an employee, yet becomes somewhat integrated into the employer's home. In personal development, Bordeaux's social capital plays a big part. Accumulating symbolic exchanges with peers and groups, domestic workers gain access to opportunities for improvement through socialization and engaging in household practices. Through our interviews, the Ates improve their family's quality of life by providing them with homes and alleviating financial strain. Like Ate Lara and Ate Ada were able to build their homes in their hometown from their salaries and bonuses. Some adopted value-rich practices like praying or even investing in business opportunities back in the hometown. Others expressed to have become mentally and emotionally stronger from negative experiences and even learned new languages through their migration. At the end of the day, our participants developed a more profound appreciation for being domestic helpers due to their experiences with different employers.
So we also discussed how the domestic helpers' relationships grow to become different support systems and vice versa. Through their formed social networks, they receive different forms of support. Through symbolic and material exchanges, these support systems act upon their social capital, which may bring about cultural and economic capital as well. By engaging in practices like open forums, the domestic helpers were provided with informational, educational, emotional, and social network support that further integrated the roles of family and friends into their identity. Moreover, some were also provided with tangible support, medical and educational as well. In return, these domestic helpers give their loyalty, integrity, and companionship to the family. In Victim, we explored on the kasambahay's negative encounters with their relations. Some of them were framed as thieves or as competitions by other domestic workers in the household. And despite that, their responses to these encounters were not to internalize them, but to prove these accusations wrong by showcasing integrity of their identity as kasambahay and as individuals. the domestic helpers' internalization of their identity as women kasambahay is essentially expanded through the influences of the relationships they establish during their time of employment. And due to the natural progression of relationships in terms of longevity and intimacy, their I extends to nanay, yaya, mare, ate, and not simply as kasama sa bahay. Our last theme, workplace norms, we identified practices maintained by women kasambahay in the household. First, established working conditions are mostly agreed upon tasks stated in their contracts or previous discussions with their employers. Ideally, as stipulated in RA 1036-1 or Batas Kasambahay, the employer and domestic helper should discuss the responsibilities and settle them through a contract. This is true for the majority of our domestic workers. However, some of them work for distant relatives or the in-laws of their family members on a verbal agreement basis only. For their routines, common work practices involve cooking for the family, cleaning the household, taking care of children, among others. In the pictures here, we see Ate Ada who expressed her love for cooking, especially during celebrations, and Ate Vilma who shares a part of her everyday work, which is to prepare milk for the people she takes care of. Since they reside in their workplace, it is also expected of them to assist in times of emergency, especially during the nighttime. Next is the importance of gaining an education for their self-improvement, which was also observed in most of the interviews we had. And as mentioned by the women kasambahay, this is usually a part of their regular topics of conversation in the household. Their employers expressed the importance of finishing school, especially basic education, and they decided to support the domestic helpers in their household to complete their high school education. However, because of school, they also had to adjust in terms of work schedules. And aside from gaining an education, some of them were also encouraged to learn skills, whether it's to improve their cooking or learning how to drive. Ate Gloria, one of the women kasambahay who is determined to finish high school, expressed herself through this picture of a pen. She mentioned that even when the ink runs out, at least it has done its purpose. And for her, she mostly uses this to write down her notes and to pen down her goals. Aside from regular working routines, the women kasambahay also engage in casual activities within and beyond the household, such as going to the mall, day trips with their friends, attending parties, and even going back to their provinces. These activities are usually done during the day off schedule or on weekends and special holidays. This also allows them to rest, have more phone time, go online, go to church, and even pursue other hobbies like Ate Paula here, who spends her breaks grafting bougainvilleas. Meanwhile, in terms of values maintained in the workplace, respect and honesty are necessary parts of their everyday norms. These are important to develop trust and friendship in the workplace, which extends to other employees of the households as well. The domestic workers mentioned utang na loob, or debt of gratitude or of goodwill, and most of them feel indebted to their employers who provided them with financial and material support. Expressions of this would be Ate Agnes, who started working for her relatives' in-laws, and Ate Ada, who has maintained her services to her current employer because of their established relationships and previous financial favors. Lastly, alienation was also felt among female domestic workers as they experience maltreatment and being out of place, mostly from their previous households of employment. Some of them are scolded for the little things and have separate eating utensils and food. As a result, they develop low self-esteem. As mentioned, some of them experience competition within the household and therefore creating a form of alienation from their co-workers. They label themselves as poor, bobo, or someone who hasn't established anything because of these negative experiences. Overall, workplace norms rely on socialization or pakikisama with the employer and with other members of the household. These moments of socialization beyond work-related tasks reinforce and affect relationships between women kasambahay, and other household members. Consequently, this also affects how they view themselves as individuals.
And so in this study, we utilize the female domestic workers' narratives to discover how they define and redefine themselves from the various experiences and adoption of unfamiliar practices. As a result, we strengthen the idea of our ates, our yayas, and our manangs as significantly more than employees. Through their integration into their employers' households, the women kasambahay facilitate these gray areas between being an employee and being a member of the household through an understanding of their duties as a domestic worker, through their positively and negatively formed relationships in their new environment, and by acting upon their accumulated learned core values and beliefs. As you can see here, we displayed all of the pictures that they shared with us through our photo elicitation, and through these photos, we found that their sense of self-worth and accomplishment essentially translates to the material objects or possessions that they gained, they brought with them, and discovered in their employers' households. The connections between their stories, material possessions, and objects in the household are what strengthen both their sense of belonging and sense of self. We started this study listening to the different internalizations of their experiences, and we ended with a richer perspective than that of the employer, one that highlights the individualities of our domestic helpers, looking past their monetary needs. And with that, we thank our thesis advisor, Ma'am Sherry, for her guidance and contribution throughout the study, and also to our panelists who supported and shared their expertise with us. And that's it. That concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for listening. We are now open to your comments and questions.
Thank you, Joelle, Czarina, and Earl. Perhaps we can start with our examiner who is on Zoom. Miss Frances, can already give the group your comments and your questions.
First, I thank you. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate Joelle, Czarina, and Earl. I enjoyed reading the report. You did a great storytelling. Siguro for my first question, I'd like to know more about the process of writing the proposal and then conducting the interview. What were expectations that were met, for example, with regards to the findings that you intend to see from your data collection? Like, were there expectations that were met, or were there expectations that weren't met?
After our proposal, there was we initially wanted to interview at least 10 to 12 participants, but alas, there was we had a little bit of trouble encouraging domestic helpers to join in our study. It's either because of the criteria, some of them do not have smartphones, some of them do not have access to internet, or some of them are just generally shy, and which we understand, and we did not pursue any further. But still, in conducting live interviews, we still managed to gain a rich, substantial amount of data in our 8 interviews. The expectations that were met, we are glad that we were able to capture how they, especially in the photo elicitation, we were significantly happy that it was successful in integrating their identities and their material possessions, and how the role it plays in their environment.
We also felt like the photo elicitation really made the data more rich, as photos have a different weight to them as compared to simply saying their thoughts and giving their stories. So yes, we were very happy with the way the photos not only supplemented their narratives, but also gave a different light to who a kasambahay is and what they stand for and who they really are.
Yes, because in the photo elicitation, So, the interviews, yung interview portion was a separate section from the photo elicitation. This, the photo elicitation, it's kind of not intimidating. It didn't come off as intimidating to our interviewees. And so they were more open in sharing their narratives kasi they have something to base it on. And it's actually, you can, when you listen to the interviews, you can actually notice like a difference in how they speak. And when napunta na kami sa photo elicitation part, it was more like free, it was more like going and not like hesitant at all.
To add to that lang po, ma'am, the photo elicitation method also helped answer the research questions that we have. It deepened the storytelling process. As the women kasambahay we interviewed, they were then more open to share about their hobbies, their experiences, and how they define themselves through the material possessions that they had. So that was a very insightful experience for the three of us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just a follow-up. How about with regards to your expectations about how their self-identity is formed? Did you have, for instance, any propositions on how their identities and formed, and how was it different now that you've conducted your data collection with the findings that you have?
Ayun po. Initially, ma'am, we really intended this study to be an avenue for them to really express themselves. So we didn't have like a rigid idea in mind of what their perceptions were gonna be. But generally, we thought that it's gonna be like more likely linked to their role as kasambahay lang. Like, hindi naman sa ano, pero like, we thought that it's gonna be very integrated. But then, there were a lot of layers to it. As we went further into the research, we were able to reveal and unpeel those layers. So, those expectations were parang na-broaden din siya, and it was evolved because of the interviews that we've had with the domestic workers.
And to add to that, it was a little surprising to see that the participants did not have a big community outside of their household, because they already felt so belong in their own families. So I guess that's one of what we didn't expect to find in our study.
Yeah, for with that what you shared, perhaps for the conclusion, I would suggest that you write a short paragraph on the experiences that contributes to a positive or negative self-image, just to summarize the data on self-image of kasambahay. Do I proceed, or maybe I'll let other commenters comment before I add some more? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
I think for Jessie.
Hello. So, sige. So first, I don't have a lot of questions actually, but I have suggestions. Because I know that your time to revise is short. So, prioritize what is workable on your end, diba? But first, I'd like to congratulate the group. No, your presentation is very clear, very well organized, as well as your paper actually. Yung writing ninyo was actually very good, ready na actually for publication. Yung inyong written manuscript, no. Better lang, I think, to put the framework that you presented kanina, yung illustration itself, in the manuscript. Kasi in the manuscript, you did the narrative, right? You typed it up. No need naman to take it out. Just put the illustration there so that viewers or readers can can see, 'di ba? Parang I think it's some readers prefer that, 'di ba? Na merong illustration. So ayan, and I appreciate also that you place the English and then the Tagalog quotes from your transcripts. Siguro I think the thing that you need to work on is yung headings. If you could make it a little more catchy or hindi yung parang one word lang siya. Siguro the theme itself, the theme of the discussion itself, you might want to consider that para lang encapsulated na dun sa heading pa lang, ano ba yung magiging discussion later on. And then you also did not have a recommendations part. So even just a small paragraph at the end of your manuscript to say, diba, if of course, your manuscript, your study, it doesn't fulfill all the gaps, right? And it might have led you to have more questions, diba? Apart from the research questions that you already answered in your study. So how do these lead to recommendations in terms of future studies? If you can also think of if there are practical recommendations as well, if you think that something needs to be added to the policy, so that all the findings that you had will be integrated in that recommendation. That would be better as well. No? So parang academic recommendation and policy or program recommendation. Hindi naman siya it doesn't have to be super long. Just a paragraph would do. And then finally, and this is just exploring, pero kung wala talaga, then disregard, no? But you talked about the role of the kasambahay as a kasambahay and as a wife and a mother. But I think what would be good is to look at as well how they see themselves as women. Kasi yun yung overarching that's the context that you're working with. And in your conclusion, as well as in your discussion as well, you mentioned certain insights about gender. You said na, they do not fit in the box of traditional gender roles because they're not in the household, diba? Or I mean, they're not in their original household, diba? They're working, they're earning money, diba? Some of them earn more than their partners, their husbands, diba? So maganda that's a good start. But if you have data parang pointing to how they see themselves as women, maybe the data would come from questions that you ask them about their roles as housewives wives and mothers. Baka meron doon kayong mapulot regarding how they see themselves as women. So yun, baka pwedeng yung ihiwalay yung theme na yun kung merong data on it. So, and it would have been good as well to get the photo elicitation of that. How do you see yourself as a woman? Diba? Paint a picture of how you see yourself as a woman. And that would also help you analyze kung kamusta yung kanilang mga relationships, diba? You have a section on relationships and even how they see themselves as kasambahay. Kasi parang you jumped into their role as kasambahay and wife and mother already without looking at their being a woman. What does it mean to them, no? Baka may interesting na insights kasi given that they are the breadwinners, diba? Baka merong kakaibang insights on what it means to be a woman or yung identity ng isang babae. Pero kung wala talaga sa data nyo, okay lang din naman. Okay lang din naman yun. Pero ang ganda ng methodology niyo na photo elicitation, and I think you were able to analyze each photo well, the ones you selected for the manuscript. Siguro dun lang sa methodology portion, when you're introducing the photo elicitation, maybe you can also summarize ano yung prompts ninyo sa kanila. So maybe in a table, diba? What did you ask them specifically to take a picture of? So yun. Yun lang, so puro suggestions. But back to Mitch.
Okay. I just maybe two more in relation to what Miss Jessie also shared. Because there was a narrative in the report that talks about the women like helping our female breadwinners. You've mentioned that that it's the male who are traditionally breadwinners, but this perspective is actually Western and middle class, because in third world setting, women are really breadwinners. So if you can find a literature that talks about that in that light, and also women who works, even if they are, especially when they are single, usually gives assistance to their family of orientation. So that would be a good thing to highlight also. I think that's and with regards to no, I've mentioned about positive and negative self-image. Maybe you could also highlight a portion on how their employers help build their positive images. I know you have a lot of stories to share about that. That would be all. Thank you and congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you. And before we move on with our second paper, while fixing our microphone here, let me just introduce our second paper for this panel. This paper is entitled "Ale is Dead: The Social Construction of Female Honorifics as Observed in Commercial Spaces." This paper is by Yuan Gabriel R. Reyes, and this advisor is Nota F. Magno, and the examiners are Mrs. Anna Roldan and Dr. Maria Andrea Socoroda.
Testing. Dr. Rui, is there still a buzzing sound in Zoom?
It disappeared. Now it's gone.
Okay.
Better. Thank you.
Okay lang, check ko. Hindi eh. Wala eh. Hawakan ko na. Pidutin ko na. Okay. Oh yeah, is it okay? Can I bring up someone to click the PowerPoint for me? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Before my presentation, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to my advisor, Ms. Nota Magno. I would also like to thank Dr. Socaroda and Ms. Roldan for being a part of this journey as my panelists. Sino pa si Ale? Pwede bang maging Ali si Chris Aquino? Magiging ate ba ako? At baka mas bagay sa prof ko yung ma'am. Hindi ko alam eh. So this is where this curiosity began. Next slide. So politeness is key to social cohesion. And as such, honorifics are ubiquitous in human interaction. Academic dialogues on honorifics have been a long, thriving landscape of cultural inquiry. And in a recent social linguistic inquiry in the Philippines, it has been observed that there is an emphasis given to status due to the hierarchical nature of cultures in the country. As a result, based on seniority, education, occupation, relational position, and achievement, different honorifics are ascribed to an addressee within Philippine societies. As such, the relation between the value attributed to status and role and the ascription of honorifics are strong markers in the investigation of the mutually constitutive construction of both. However, there are limited documented explorations of the study of the construction of meaning and the implications of usage of Filipino honorifics, especially their interplay with roles and status. Thank you. With a focus on commercial spaces, the study answers the following questions. How are female honorifics socially constructed in contemporary times in commercial spaces? How do we ascribe meanings to these constructions, and how do we use them? How do they reflect changing positionalities within social relations? So social constructionism has long been used in the investigation of status, roles, and language as social facts created through the social construction of realities. Language provides the medium for constructing social reality and maintaining cultural values. Moreover, social systems in which individuals and groups interact over time produce conceptions or mental representations of one another's behavior, which eventually get habituated into the reciprocal roles that the actors play in regard to one another. The research also utilized the qualitative ethnomethodology approach as a framework for data collection methods and interpretation in order to document honorifics as they are used in context. Finally, the speaking framework, it is an ethnographic framework that considers numerous aspects involved in speech developed by Delheims. It is called the speaking framework, and all of these considerations are displayed here. This study views the interplay of female honorifics and the female role and social status as a mutually constitutive relationship, mediated and maintained by their continuous social construction and reconstruction. The social construction of female honorifics is constitutive of the female role and status because the representations of the honorifics are derived from and are propagated and maintained by their usage in social interactions. Conversely, the social construction of female roles and status is constitutive of honorifics because the meanings inform us of roles and status. Now we move to setting. Context and location are important variables in honorific ascription. And thus, the data gathering was selected to be conducted within the city of Navotas, Philippines, in a wet market and a convenience store in Barangay Danghari. It was important for the researcher to highlight the comparative differences between the two spaces to view meanings at the locations and the context of their use and non-use. The participants that have been selected occupy vendor and vendee roles within these establishments. The morphology of female honorifics and how they are linguistically formed and structured are beyond the scope of this research. There will also be no discussion on the macroeconomic complexities of the commercial spaces involved. Time has always been a limiting factor of the study, but the study is interested in the applications that honorific meanings and usage have on Philippine social relations. Next. Thank you. Thank you so much. Interviews and participant observations were conducted to view meanings and usage of honorifics as they are used in context. Interview set A was conducted with female participants as addressors and addressees of female honorifics. Interview set B was conducted with male participants as female honorific addressors. Purposive sampling was utilized with 8 participants, 5 within the market and 3 within the convenience store. The participant criteria table is displayed here. Now we head to the presentation of data. Next slide. The first theme is honorific usage and ascription. The present study is able to observe various functions of honorifics as it is used and given meaning. The data support the observation that honorifics convey politeness and respect. while being a parcel of deeper and more intricate cultural expectations, social status, and positionalities. As such, honorifics help in navigating social relations. This navigation includes the establishment of relationships, the maintenance of social cohesion, and the complex negotiation of honorifics, of the meaning and usage of honorifics, which will be further discussed later. The study also observed honorific indexes laid by Root, in which honorifics are influenced by factors such as age, gender, social context, seniority, education, occupation, relational position, and achievement, highlighting the nuances and complexities of honorific usage in different social settings. They recognize that honorifics play in they recognize the role that honorifics play in their everyday lives, especially in their everyday interactions and lifeways. Next slide, please. The second theme is a popular choice, ate and ma'am. If there is a theme most glaring in this study, it would be that ate and ma'am are the prevailing female honorifics in commercial spaces. Across observations and interviews, ate and ma'am are the most used honorifics because of the flexibility of their meanings. The honorific ate is commonly used in Filipino culture as a term of respect for an older sister or a female figure who is considered as an elder-like sister figure, regardless of blood relation. This honorific can also be used as a sign of respect towards a female who is slightly older or in a position of authority, in particularly informal settings. On the other hand, ma'am is a title that is used to address a woman who holds a position of authority, such as a teacher, lecturer, supervisors. It can also be used to show respect towards a woman who is not necessarily in a position of authority, but is considered more experienced in the field that you're in. Interview data suggests that ma'am is loosely used when this sense of authority, experience, or profession is perceived or felt. However, most interestingly, ate and ma'am are flexible beyond those definitions. Even with seemingly rigid definitions explicitly given by the participants, they realize along the interview and the observation process that their own definitions they don't really adhere to it in practice. In a sense, anyone can be ate, and the professional form of ate is ma'am. The flexibility of these honorifics make them popular choices for addressing individuals in various contexts, especially in situations where the exact title or status of the person being addressed is not known or clear. This is a speaking honorific matrix specifically formulated for this study. Here we see Kuya Rex addressing a woman in her 30s, a woman in her mid-60s as both ate. The next theme, the third theme, is ale, old age, and negative perceptions. In both the market and convenience store, the use of ale in the beginning of interactions is practically avoided, especially if they don't know the person, if they're a stranger. For them, ale feels disrespectful and impolite to use because it has connotations of old age. For convenience store cashiers, ale is perceived to be unprofessional, which they now understand as pangit pakinggan. And for these reasons, ale seems to have exited the popular lexicon. Next slide, please. The next theme is honorific negotiation. Since honorifics have been observed by the study to convey disrespect, unprofessionalism, and politeness, there are cases where addressees have negotiated and corrected addressors when there is a discrepancy in the use of or mismatch in the use of honorifics to receive honorifics that are more closely, that they feel more closely suit them. The next theme, fifth theme, is honorific prescriptions of the corporate commercial space. The corporate nature of the structure and the structure of convenience stores prescribe the use of ma'am and sir whenever an interaction occurs to project professionalism. Thus, the present study observed the preference of these commercial establishments towards honorifics that are more professional, thereby minimizing the use of honorifics local to that area. In effect, convenience store staff strongly prefer this professional honorific. Next. Finally, spaces, structures, and rationalities. The structure of modern commercial enterprises such as convenience stores allow for transactions to occur without the need for conversations. In other words, customers can buy whatever they want without talking to the vendor. In the majority of cases, dadali nila yung merchandise sa cashier tapos hindi na sila mag-uusap. The transaction will be successful, pero never sila nag-usap. This automated transaction, typically brief and transactional in nature, often leaves no expectation or need for the use of honorifics. It removes the opportunity for politeness. On the other hand, transactions within markets almost always require conversations, and the use of honorifics and particles of politeness is ubiquitous. This is because politeness in markets allows for the strengthening of social cohesion that maintains and ensures continued business between the vendor and the vendee. The politeness of vendors allow them to nurture relationships with the regulars, while the politeness of customers allow them to purchase goods at a lower price, get free merchandise, or even avail favors. The vendor in markets can do this because they have direct ownership, or they have direct relationship with the owner of the merchandise that they sell. In direct contrast with convenience stores and other similar commercial spaces, where cashiers do not have direct ownership over the merchandise being sold. Moreover, the rapport and the strength of social cohesion between the customer and the cashier do not affect the interaction at all. For instance, a customer will not get a free item dahil close sila ng cashier. The present study argues that the commercial establishments focused on smooth, brief, and automated transactions, such as convenience stores and groceries, diminish the need to use honorifics because the transaction does not incentivize both participants to engage in conversation that carry politeness. Next slide, please. Here we see a conversation between Ate Nancy and the convenience store vendee. No words were uttered, but the transaction was successful. Next one. To tie it all together, the study explored the functions of honorifics in Filipino culture and how they convey politeness, respect, and navigate social relations. The use of honorifics is influenced by factors such as age, gender, social context, seniority, education, occupation, leisure position, and achievement. Honorifics are a part of the navigation of deeper cultural expectations, social status, and positionalities. As such, honorifics as constructs are not only symbols of respect, but also represent complex and nuanced social dynamics. Cultural and social factors play a significant role in the shaping of usage and meaning of the honorifics in different contexts. This highlights the variability of conveying politeness through alternative forms. As such, these alternative forms of conveying politeness exist, but they might not be universally accepted or understood. This underscores the flexibility and the reconstruction of social constructs. Evidently, social constructs such as honorifics can be flexible and changeable. For this reason, the researcher emphasizes that the negotiation of honorifics is just as significant as the usage in constructing and reconstructing honorifics. The honorifics atin ma'am are the most flexible. Next slide, please. Some final words. The study asserts that the use of honorifics and other forms of politeness are not solely determined by linguistic rules or conventions, but are also influenced by social and cultural norms, power dynamics, and individual preferences. This is the significance of the social linguistic investigation of usage and meaning. The understanding of the complex interplay between language, culture, and social dynamics is crucial in analyzing the use of honorifics and other linguistic markers of politeness. That's it. Thank you so much.
We now open the floor to the comments from our examiners. Again, we will start with the examiners who are online. No? Dr. Sokoroda, you can now give your comments and your questions.
All right. Hi, Yuan, and hi also to Miss Magno and Miss Roldan who are there. It's actually nice to see how your proposal, from the proposal stage has your proposal has evolved into something that's very, well researched Okay, it's fairly clear. Okay, and I can see, I can see, what you're trying to convey, what you're trying to write about. Okay, so I actually only have one question, also in the interest of time. Okay, so for you, based on all of your findings, you talked about, the meanings of the honorifics, and then you discussed how they're used, um, in what particular context. So given your findings, what do you think, you personally, what do you think is the significance of understanding the context and the specific honorifics that are used in these situations or these contexts? So beyond the academe, why do you know?
Sorry. Oh, okay. Um, I guess for me, the biggest importance in trying to understand honorifics within spaces is that first of all, honorific ascription has a lot to do with the space itself, and that's something that I got from your actual recommendation from my last proposal, and I'm really grateful for that addition. Um, because honorifics, because there's a lot in honorific ascription that deals with the space itself. It's really important for us to understand how honorifics are used within those spaces, because honorifics, while used in those spaces, also convey a lot of factors that are social. So what I mean by that is they also convey factors such as what they call this, relational positions, because of course honorifics are used relationally. Of course, they convey factors such as status. They convey roles and the like. They also convey education. For instance, the honorific doctor, that conveys education and achievement in some form or manner. So for me, that's the significance of it. The space in and itself is an arena for the use of honorifics. And it's also interesting how, for instance, in the convenience store, it's not even used. So that's the interesting part. Are they not parang ano, because it's so automated, it's not even used so much. So what can we draw from that? That kind of automation of interaction, that kind of that kind of corporate commercial space. So yeah, I hope I answered your question.
What particular
Um,
opposed to, sorry, yes, there's a buzzing.
um,
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't able to. It was kind of choppy.
Can you hear me?
Not that well po.
Okay, all right. Sige. Hindi. All right. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Up more clearly po.
All right. Sige. One of the reasons why I asked is because one of the more interesting findings was that, the use of honorifics is, in one way it can facilitate relationships, right? If you use the correct quote unquote honorific, you can facilitate relationships. But in a convenience store, you don't necessarily need to facilitate relationships because people will buy nevertheless. But in a market, you need to, because you need to get your suke, diba? You need to get your, your regular customers, right? So those are interesting comparisons. That's why I asked, how could we use it, right, beyond, understanding about it? Okay. And another thing, just to add, it's also interesting to kind of look at how honorifics can be used to resist particular things. Like withholding honorifics can be an act of resistance. If you don't like how a person is treating you, like how like for instance, if talking about gender, gender relations, if you don't like the way you're being spoken to, okay, you can withhold the use of honorifics as well, okay, as an act of resistance. So that can also be something that's good to think about, when you look at honorifics. So that's it. My other comments will be on the paper, which I will give back to you and to Ms. Nota Magno. All right, thanks, Yuan. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Dr. Sokoroda, for Next would be Ma'am Suyan's comments.
I want to give you this because I commented directly on the copy you gave me. Okay, so I'm trying to read from this, but congratulations. I thought thank you for listening to the suggestion to not just interview, but really to look at, how it is, how to observe it in an actual setting that is confined in particular spaces. So I like this study in a sense that you have a comparative. No, what did I put here? You looked at language in action. You got primary data. I think you were lucky that you were able to go to these spaces despite the pandemic. And I like the fluid nature of the study that elicited a lot of insights. Okay, so maganda siya. I don't know where to begin with my comments. Maybe I'll go to, kasi yung iba technical details, it's more technical details. Yeah, so maybe not this, I won't, but then I'll give you the paper. Like there's some technical editing to look into. Maybe my ano is how to present this also. Kasi when you talk about participant observation, you have a very short description. Maybe you can add more information on how long you spent, what the process was for you. Kasi when you say participant observation, you included yourself in the community because it is your community. It is your convenience store in your market. However, as you did the observation, parang give more detail. How did you participate in this community? Kasi pag sinabi mong participating while observing, you're doing something within the context of the transaction, like helping the vendor, bag, I don't know, in that sense, no? So parang may qualifier yung what you mean by your participation. Okay. Pwedeng observation, there's nothing wrong with that. And that, because it's also used as an ethnographic approach, you interviewed and you observed how they used it. So they defined it and they observed. So those are good things. So maybe in the description, what is the time frame? Maybe that's my question. How did you take part? How long did the observations occur? Well, definitely you observed for sure. So that's, maybe I'll start one question and you can answer.
For sure.
Or parang question, anong conversation na lang to? Or do you want me to come up with all the questions?
I'm afraid to put.
No comments.
No,
Puro comments, but maybe that was my major question, was the use of the term participant observation and to qualify and give more description on, yeah.
I guess I'll say first that that's definitely something that we should add. That's definitely something that I should add in that kind of in that part. It's I do have those raw data. I just didn't put it,
Okay, yeah.
which is an oversight. But it is available and it's gonna be placed in there. And I really thank you for spotting that.
Okay, so how long did you do the observation?
Is it okay if because these are my field notes? Is it
Yes,
okay?
yes.
If I look
You
at
can.
So, all in all, I spent 2 days in the Palenque. Half of that, I spent 2 days there because all of the participants have been observed, which is a deviation from what was originally planned, nakalahati lang. I spent 2 days. I went back because the length of my observation is the length of their role in the establishment as vendor or vendee. So for instance, meron akong sinamahan na vendee, buyer, 15 minutes lang siya sa palengke. So yun lang yung length ng observation ko sa kanya. Sa convenience store naman, parang 5 minutes lang siya, tapos na. So, while there might be like mas marami yung time ng vendee sa vendor, parang for me that's just the nature of their interaction there. I'm not interested when they go out of the thing. So, counting that in, 15 minutes si vendee sa palengke, tapos 5 minutes si vendee sa convenience store. So in that 2 days, I spent 8 hours each. So 8, 16 plus here and there 17 hours. But a more detailed like timetable of that kind of the observation is available in my data.
So okay lang naman kasi nga you were able, even the short interactions, you're able to capture and gain deep insight that what they say is different in action. Okay, that's why nga I like this study. My next question has to do with what are those black boxes?
Where po?
Here, sorry. Yung sa table.
Those boxes, I just wanted to effectively show which participants are included in this thing. Kasi interview set ay are only for women. So I wanted to show how much of the participants are left out of this part, just so I can effectively show it visually. Na okay, ito yung A, ito yung B, parang ganun po. So I just blocked it out. But I understand if it made things more kind of clunky, parang ganun. But if that's something that bothers, I can change it.
No, I just didn't understand. Parang maganda kasi to see when you're discussing the participants to have a table na nandun, parang nakasummarize yung sino sila.
Opo.
Ano yung, di ba, yung age. Kasi you have the actual ages, right?
Opo, I had
You have the actual. So it's nice to see it in one table. So for easy reference. So like when you mention a name, ito siya. Okay, this is the person, this is the vendor, this is the vendee. Tsaka ano yung term na ginagamit nila? Kasi may customer sila, di ba, in the convenience store, customer. Sa palengke, anong tawag nila sa buyer? Customer rin din. Customer rin ba? Ano yung gamit nila?
So sa convenience store po, I didn't think I had to. Pero sa
You didn't?
Sa convenience store po, ang gamit po nila is customer.
Customer kasi yung conversation ninyo parang maganda ang relationship with the customer, ganon. So maganda siya.
Kasi the corporate nature of these commercial spaces make it so that they want to exude this kind of professionality. So that also is reflected in their use of honorifics. Na kailangan yung honorific na gagamitin natin, this is prescribed for all branches of that certain thing, of that certain convenience store. Na okay, ma'am and sir. I just omitted the sir because that's not part of the scope of the study.
Yeah, oo. Marami kang na-pick up na maganda. So anyway, I'm looking at my comments kasi yung it's part of customer care, di ba? When one doesn't know the name, that's when they use the honorifics. It's a Filipino trait. So nandun yung culture, di ba? Nandun din yung, ano pang sinabi mo? Ale seen as palengke language, di ba? Not a form of honorifics, but you did the study looking at ale as an honorific.
Yes.
Right?
Opo.
So where were you coming from when you thought that ale was an honorific? in how you understood it?
That's a great question. It's just in the beginning of the study, the sorry, how do I? Ever since the development of the present study, I have always been interested in locating and describing and eventually understanding the transformation and reconstruction and construction of the term ale as just a term that we use to convey to talk to old people. Kasi when you say ale, ano yung age niya? Parang ganun. So that's where it came from. Pag tinanong ko, sinabi kong ale, kailangan ba meron siyang specific na age? Anong trabaho niya? Anong itsura niya? Bakit hindi ale si Chris Aquino kahit matanda na siya? Yung ganun ko. Pero ale technically is an honorific. That's why we have aling blank.
So ikaw mismo, ginagamit mo siya as honorific?
Opo, I have used it before.
Okay. Okay. Parang naririnig ko nga siya as before sa old so profession kasama na siya dyan. I'm trying to see what are my other comments. They're all here. Ale as class. You captured class, di ba? Parang make in terms of space, nakita mo yung ale as palengke language.
Opo.
As negative. Could it be related to class?
The most interesting part about that observation is that the concept of ale as palengke language came from the people within the convenience store. So that's where yung even the construction of the institution being the corporate commercial space na namimili sila ng honorifics to be more professional, parang bleeds into their staff as well. Okay, I want to be professional, I'll never use ale. Ale is for palengke. This is not for here.
So meron din siyang hindi lang siya unifying, it can also be divisive in a sense, di ba?
Yeah, there has been a lot of like yung tunggalian between those, especially with the idea na honorifics are supposed to convey respect and politeness, but certain honorifics and how we use them can convey the opposite. So I mean, may ganun siyang nature.
Okay. So, yun. Anyway, maganda. Congratulations. It's well written.
Thank you, Yuan, and thank you, Ma'am Suyan. Even I now I'm confused with the honorifics. Anyway, okay. We still have two papers within this third panel, and so for the next paper, the third paper is entitled "Raised by My Single Mother: An Analysis of Filipino Familial Norms and Stigma." This paper is by Maulit, Juan, Ongsiako, and Simone, Yatco. Their advisor is Mr. John Martin Gapi, and their examiners are Ms. Jessica Sandra Claudio and Ms. Cherry Audrey Alfiler.
Hello and good afternoon. So, we are Maulit, Juan, Ongsiako, and Simone, Yatco. First, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our thesis advisor, Sir Gapi, our panelists, Jessie Claudio and Ma'am Sherry Alfiler joining us online, and to everyone present here this afternoon. We thank you for being here and for all the support you have provided us with leading up to this moment. Okay, let's just share screen real quick. Okay, so without further ado, allow us to present to you our thesis titled Raised by My Single Mother, an Analysis of Filipino Familial Norms and Stigma. So our study was born out of the premise that the common terminology and ideology of family is very intricate. Even in the most basic task of defining family, you'll find yourself with varying definitions. So the definition of family is also heavily dependent on socio-cultural contexts and settings, especially in the Philippines wherein family is super integral. From a socio-cultural perspective, family pertains to structural arrangements regarding kinship, common residence, economic co-responsibility, socio-emotional support, and the like. Composition-wise, a family is comprised of a husband, a wife, and unmarried children, referred to as a nuclear family. Ultimately, varying contexts create different familial norms, and subsequently, people's perspectives and attitudes towards certain family structures. So we've mentioned norms, but what are norms? So norms are rules and expectations set by society which guide the behavior of its members and determine what is considered as appropriate behavior. So in the Philippines, a familial norm is both about family structure and functions that are accepted or recognized as the standard by society. The issue, however, is that norms only highlight the experiences of the majority. Despite the stipulations of what a normal family is structurally and functionally, these might not necessarily mirror the lived experiences of all Filipinos. Ultimately, what a family is and what it entails is constructed on subjective experiences and is primarily vested in one's cultural identity, influenced by one's environment, and what one puts into practice. So it's important to recognize this in piecing together how failure to adhere to the norm or the ideal family may result in stigmatization. So stigmas are ascribed to individuals who are disqualified from full social acceptance. Individuals who have or come from family structures that deviate from the accepted norm are observed to experience stigma. The pressure to adhere to established familial norms is so prevalent that a person's behavior, self-perception, and social interactions may differ if they deviate from the traditional Filipino familial structure. So, to summarize, there is a perpetuated idea of what a family supposedly should be. We ask, however, about the experiences of those who do not necessarily fit into this normative idea. So in addition, while numerous studies have delved into the experiences of single mothers, this question has yet to be raised. What about the experiences of their children? Their perspectives should also be explored because their experiences as children raised in a single mother-led family reveal connections regarding family relations, social roles, and societal perceptions. As such, we sought to answer the following questions. The working definition of family that we utilized is that of Medina, which refers to family as a group of people tied together for various reasons, but often understood to contain at least the members of a nuclear family. In addition, we also intended to accomplish the following objectives. So, to conduct this study, we recruited key informants who grew up in single mother-led families via snowball sampling. The criteria for qualification entailed that the informants must be an Ateneo de Manila University undergraduate, must reside in the NCR, must be at least 18 years old, and must personally identify as raised predominantly by their single mother, whether that be due to absence, separation, or leaving of their biological father. So in total, we acquired 8 key informants, 4 of which are cis males, while the other 4 are cis females. Half of our key informants are also financial aid scholars, and most importantly, all our key informants self-identify as coming from single mother families, but have varying familial structures. So here is the profiling of our key informants.
All right, so as for our methodology, we had 3 meetings for each of our key informants. So these meetings were the information session, pre-interview, and interview proper, all of which will be further discussed during the conceptual and theoretical framework. We opted for one-on-one, face-to-face interviews so that we may build rapport with the KIs. The data collection period ranged from January to March 2023, and we utilized the method of life history interviews, wherein our questions were merely guides due to the loose structure of the interviews, so that we may encourage the KIs to share as much as possible without too much interjection from the researchers. By understanding their lives from childhood to present, we were able to gather data regarding how their experiences shaped and affected the informants today.
So now we'll present our 4 theories and concepts, which are the Looking Glass theory, and that's the idea of self-concept, the agents of socialization, and stigma. Cooley's Looking Glass theory and self-concept revolve around the notion that an individual assesses themselves based on their perceptions and interactions with external entities. These external entities were then filled in by the agent socialization, which in our study consisted of the family, school, peers, mass media, religion, and spirituality. These are the groups wherein socialization occurs, a process wherein people learn certain values, roles, and patterns of behavior. Using these, we searched on whether government stigma was present in their lives. Stigma is a trait that these external entities give to individuals who are perceived as unusual in comparison to normal people, which ultimately impacts that person's behavior and perspective. Self-stigmatization, then, is a process wherein that stigmatized individual accepts the idea that they have that stigma. These concepts and theories emphasize larger society influence on the stigmatized individuals' perceptions and behaviors towards themselves and others. So our conceptual framework shows the interplay between these, and that they are cyclical and reinforce one another. Through interviews, we identified how the key informants interact with the agents, and then we asked them about their behavior and perception towards the agents during the pre-interview. Then the interview proper, we asked about their feelings, thoughts, and reactions to these interactions, all to determine whether stigma was present in these exchanges. The patterns were formed using the informant's answers, using inductive reasoning coupled with informant's own meanings and experiences.
So we categorized our findings into the different agents of socialization, the first being patterns under family. The first is that all of them live separately from their fathers and live instead with their mothers. Nearly all the KIs stated that they are proud of their family setup and their mothers for raising them, and the KIs also exhibited strong relationships with their siblings, cousins, and/or half-siblings. Finally, the father's absence in their lives were a source of conflict within the family, even when they're not physically present. So the second agent is educational institutions. All the KIs were involved in situations where they felt othered due to the absence of their father. One of them is reply slips and memos, which usually ask for a father's signature. The second situation is school events like Father's Day and Family Day. For some of the KIs, their school was the first place they realized that their family is viewed as different. There were 2 patterns of sharing their family background to their peers and friends. The first of which is the willingness to share, either out of anger, like ranting, or comfort with those that they are sharing to. Andrea stated here that in high school, everyone knew about her family situation because she would complain about her father's visits. The second pattern is hiding or avoiding the topic altogether out of fear of being seen differently, like Sam. We also observed that there were KIs who felt neutral about their family background. However, this depends on the environment of sharing. There were also instances of using coping mechanisms when talking about their fathers. One example here is Andrea, where she would dissociate from the self that is speaking in order to not be as emotionally affected. Lastly, some KIs mentioned that they felt comfort in meeting other people with single mothers. The fourth agent is mass media. We found that the KIs believe that media standardizes what a supposedly normal family should be, which is a nuclear family of a mother, father, and child. For instance, Sam said that telenovelas remind him of anything deviating from the nuclear family is seen as abnormal. Next, most KIs stated that existing single mother depictions do not do justice to the reality, as it sometimes portrays the mother as careless. While the KIs expressed a desire for more representation of single mothers in mass media, some specified that there should be a balance between showing the strength and difficulties that the single mothers encounter. The last agent is religion, and we found that several KIs are active in their respective religious communities and groups. These spaces provide support to the KIs during hard times. However, there are some outliers. Noelle stated that in his church, there is a stigma against single and young mothers, and Nick is in between believing and non-believing as he mainly goes to church to keep the peace within his family. Overall, we found that family background affects how the KIs interact with religion.
So from these findings, we identified three main patterns. So gender expectations in trabajo directly answer our first two research questions, while the third answers our third research question. So gender expectation notes the distinct struggles experienced by the female and male key informants. Basically, females tend to tie their academic excellence to their identity, whereas the males search for a male role model to teach them how to be a man. It was stated before that socialization imparts certain values and behaviors onto people, which includes expectations as well. That is not to say, though, that some of these struggles were not shared by members of the opposite sex. For instance, one of our female KIs also searched for a male father figure in her life. Now, this section notes the roles the key informers took upon in their lives. Each key informer occupied at least one of these roles, however, others embodied more than one at the same time. So mediators basically want to maintain peace and prevent conflict between their mother and other family members. Protectors defend their family, particularly their mother, from not just their relatives, but also non-familiar entities to maintain familial stability. Lastly, since the mother tends to have the typical fatherly duties of being the breadwinner, the informants take up or help in domestic duties such as doing chores and raising other members in the family. Now, this section talks about the manifestations of stigma. So initially, we started this study with the idea that the KIs were possibly affected by the stigma towards single mothers. While that still exists, the specific stigma affecting the KIs is the stigma towards quote-unquote broken families. Two key informants in particular were unaffected, but that is not to say the stigmatization does not still exist. It just says that certain persons are affected more than others. Furthermore, the normalization or stigmatization depends on the degree of acceptance of such families. So, explicit forms of stigma refers to the times where the KIs were goaded or required to explain their familial background and were othered for belonging to single mother families, whether this ostracization was intended or not. However, the approach to these conversations depended on these four factors. So depending on these factors, these external entities receive certain responses. The first would be attempts to shut down the conversation, as some KIs were bothered by the frequency or invasiveness of the questions. The other response would be the informants freely sharing about their background to help other people understand how normal their family ought to be seen. These resulted in either a shared experience between people who shared similar backgrounds to them or judgment from askers. And what we glean from this is that there is an inherent assumption that each person has a complete family, hence the questioning to know why these informants are different. So, implicit forms of stigma then refer to beliefs held that single mother families are not normal and that belonging to such has negative implications. One agent is the Roman Catholic Church, whose teachings frown upon single mother families. Despite such, certain other youth groups and church communities accept persons from these backgrounds. Schools also cause this feeling of otherness through lessons, events, and forms. And then lastly, the KIs brought up the government because the laws do not guarantee that their fathers would be responsible for the children they sired. Lastly, most, if not all, informants had this awareness of their own difference from other people. Due to this, they present themselves in certain ways to others.
So from our study, we drew several conclusions regarding stigma in single mother families, though these are not necessarily generalizable to the public. Firstly, though the informants were asked about themselves, majority of their answers shifted towards their mother's own lives and emotions. We inferred that the experiences of being raised in a single mother family are inherently linked to their self-identity and self-perception.
Secondly, we conclude that single mother families are actually more common than we think. Fear of stigma and judgment is more prevalent than the actual experiences of stigma. It being common, however, does not mean that the idea of single mother families is normalized. stigma against broken families still persists, which lead the KIs to limit their social interaction and expression.
And finally, a family's functionality in its relationship dynamics cannot be based solely on the father's presence. We have informants who believe that it was better that their father left, while others shared having positive relations with their father despite his absence. This existence of single mother family and for any other different family does not necessarily imply pain or struggle, but may instead denote strength, independence, and the love of its members, especially the children, holding each other up. So this is the conclusion of our thesis presentation and project, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. And again, we call on the examiners for this paper. First is Jerry.
Ay, sorry, ako ba nawala? Sorry. Hello. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, first, congratulations to the team and to your advisor for the very successful study that you've conducted, no? Okay. Alright, first question siguro yung pinakamadali. It was a bit unclear to me, the interviews were conducted online or in person? Because it wasn't stated in the methodology.
They were all face-to-face po, so in person.
Okay, face-to-face. All right. Sige. Okay. So you have utilized very useful and relevant concepts and frameworks to your discussion. I appreciate the use of agents of socialization and the looking glass self and stigma. Okay. But when you try to visualize the theoretical and conceptual frameworks, I find it a bit confusing because of the directionality of the arrows. Okay? With directionality kasi it implies causality, and sometimes it's not a one-way cause and effect relationship between the variables that you have identified. So maybe some clarity about the directionality in your visualization would be helpful for your readers. Siguro ito yung question. Can you please elaborate what would be the difference between explicit and implicit stigma? Because as I understood it, from reading your analysis and discussion, the perceived threats that you've mentioned were a bit unclear. But you did identify the questioning and invasive question as explicit, but a little bit elaboration lang on the two. Kasi somehow, the implicit stigma that you have identified as church views, as educational institution, as marriage, relationship to governance and inheritance, it seems to me that those are actually more explicit in differentiating what is an ideal family and what is not. So, can you please elaborate on that a bit lang?
Okay, so hi. Thank you for that question, po. So when we were analyzing on what an explicit or an implicit stigma was, at least from it was us who decided what is implicit and explicit, and how we differentiated was explicit would be more of like the actions, like actions that would make the KIs feel that they were being othered. Or the implicit was like it's more along the lines of the self-stigmatization, where it's like their internal belief. But with your comment of what you mentioned about the schools and the church, We'll also review and see if they actually fall under explicit forms of stigma, or if ever they can be combined as manifestations of stigma. So we'll look into that po. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Siguro last na lang muna before I turn it over. Last comment actually. Na-appreciate ko yung organization ng teams and also the findings I truly find very interesting, no? Siguro a little an addition I hope that the group could make is when several, most, or majority, can you add some value to what this is? Kung halimbawa, 5 out of the total or 3 out of the ano, para lang maka-give ng sense of how frequent those instances are. Kasi parang very crucial information yun. Well, to me, at least, I would really appreciate that because it really helps paint a picture, especially to a person who is encountering this kind of study in the first place. Sabi nga natin, kulang yung single mother household parent research. Gusto natin i-build up. So, yun muna for now siguro. And turn over ko muna kay Jessie. Congratulations again.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Hello, it's me again. Ayun. So, sa manuscript, generally, well-written naman siya. It needs a little bit restructuring. Actually, I think it's too rigidly structured. kung tama yung term na ginagamit ko. I think that there could be, like your discussion of the findings per agent of socialization, I think you can further integrate the discussion and find out whether there are similar themes wherein you could use the different agents to explain that theme. Gets ba? So parang instead of discussing, let's say, religion as a agent of socialization or the family, are there similar themes across it that you can parang integrate? Tapos nandun lahat yung the multiple agents of socialization. So yun. Kasi parang also in terms of the heading, parang medyo off yung parang religion as a heading and family as a heading. So parang baka pwede nyo siyang baliktarin, use the theme as a heading and then the discussion later on. You also had a finding, sige, before the finding, yung social demographic muna. I think it's very good that you use a table, pero baka pwede rin for you to prioritize which variables on social demographic you really want presented in that table. Kasi meron kayong the alias that you use, the scholar or not scholar, the gender, di ba? And then, the question is, important bang ilagay yung sibling context in the demographic section? Or will you discuss it later in a narrative format? Di ba? Kasi you do have a discussion on how they relate with their siblings, right? And then yung context nila, where do they currently live? Ano yung current relationship nila with their father? And how they, yung last column nyo was, how did they become a single mother household? Baka instead of that being a demographic, social demographic variable, baka it's a theme in itself that you can further discuss in the manuscript, in a narrative format, not in the table. Kasi parang feeling ko magandang context building yon, na how did they become, parang how did you qualify them and how did they qualify themselves as a single mother household. So yun, para lang baka better to clean up that table para only those na social demographic variables are really there, the important ones at least. And then you had a finding on gender expectation. You had a slide on gender expectation, and you also had a theme in your manuscript. And then you said that for females, it was academic achievement, tama ba? Academic excellence. Yung naging finding. So what is the correlation of that with them being from single mother households? Kasi parang you mentioned for the male participants, you mentioned na ang tawag dito, yung kanila ay yung having a father figure in their lives, very related to the context, 'di ba, of the study. Pero yung parang nawala lang ng konti yung sa babae na parang, okay, so anong kinalaman nung gusto nilang mag-achieve academically with them being from single mother households or not having a father figure? May ganun bang correlation na lumabas? Do you want to answer that first? Okay.
I think I can start out the answer po for my group, and maybe you guys can add later on. I think this stems po from one of the themes that we found among the single mother, the adults who grew up in single mother households, which is co-parenting. Specifically among the women informants, it was more common that they would take on a role of co-parenting either the siblings or like helping out in household chores and duties. And I think that also relates to the academic achievement that they cited feelings of like wanting to do better academically for their parents. Like they saw it as a duty rather than something that something for themselves. They saw it as a duty to their mothers.
So parang kapag nag-achieve sila academically, parang ano yung pinaparating nila with regards to being from single parent households? So I think nasagot mo naman. Parang I just needed to be explicit in your manuscript, in the narrative of your manuscript. Kasi mas malinaw yung sa male participant side. And then the next comments are more like technical things that you can change in your manuscript. Yung KIs, if you can use participants instead of KIs. And then to identify the participants that you quoted. Parang sino sila. Kasi you also gave them aliases. So use the aliases when you are putting in your direct quotes from the transcript. So you can put their alias and their Juan, female, ganon, or Kaloy, male, ganon sa mga sa mga quotes ninyo. And yun pa lang sa quote, it would also be good to, kasi I think you're following the APA format wherein if it's not 40 words, you put it in the paragraph. You don't you don't block quote it, right? Baka pwedeng i-introduce nyo yung quote. So parang kunwari, Juan said, ganito, direct quote, kesa the quote standing alone, na parang as a sentence. Kasi parang out of place siya. So yun. And then, I like the first group kanina that I commented on, I appreciate that you put the Tagalog transcript as is, diba? But you might also want to provide the English one, just in case you also want to publish the article. So parang may translation na agad yung quotes ninyo. Ayun. And then yung question ko rin about stigma, same as Sherry, but you also but already answered about it. You mentioned kasi about people asking about their familial backgrounds. Baka it's important then to put under what context ba yung conversation na yun? Parang tinanong ka ba na parang, wait, are you from a single parent household? Or was it part of a more formal process of asking about it? Kaya siya na-consider na stigma. Kasi di ba parang what if hindi ko naman alam na ganun pala yung context niya and I'm just asking, will that be considered stigma na explicit or implicit? Diba? So yun, baka it would be better to be clear on that context. And then last na, like my comment again on the other group, a brief section on recommendations. So yun lang. Maraming salamat and congrats.
Thank you po.
Sorry, pwedeng maidagdag din.
Sure.
Sorry. Maliban din dun sa recommendations part, I appreciate the concise summary, but I was hoping a bit more elaboration on the response to your research question. Because you have, in question 1, it was somehow addressed because your findings said that a single parent household is integral to their identity. But question 2 on social interaction, I think it needs to be a little bit more brought up in your conclusion kasi it was much more so on the normalization, how, it's really relevant to the question 3 part. So yun lang, yung pagbabalik lang nung research question sana. Okay, yun lang. Congrats ulit.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Ria, Juan, and Simone, and also to the examiners. And now, for the last paper of this session, is the paper by Joelle Alzate, Dian Posadas, and Jacob Yuson. This is called The Night Shift, a study on sex work and social media. The advisor is Ms. Emily Roque Sarmiento, and their panelists or reviewers are Dr. Liza Lim and Ms. Jessica Sandra Claudio.
Hi, so as we're setting up, we would like to thank a few people who made this thesis possible. First, we would like to thank Dr. Sharmila Parmanan, Gender and Human Rights Fellow from the London School of Economics and Political Science, as she connected us with our respondents and provided expertise on the life worlds of Filipino sex workers. We would also like to thank Dr. Liza Lim and Ms. Jessie Claudio for their participation to panel our thesis, even going as far back as when we first defended our proposal. We would also like to thank our respondents. Their participation provided us the means by which we were able to connect our ideas and materialize them with real-world experiences. And lastly, we would like to thank Ms. Emily Sarmiento, our thesis advisor, who guided us throughout this entire thesis journey. All right. Good afternoon. I am Joelle Zate, and with me are Dian Posadas and Jacob Yuson. And today we have what we think is an interesting thesis topic that we would love to discuss at any moment now. All right. Walker, joiner, GRO, pokpok. All familiar terms to describe those who sell sex in the Philippines. It is often associated that people who take up sex work are simply desperate or are in need of money. However, such notions of personal reasons are commonly attributed as to why people come into sex work without truly considering the external factors that facilitate the drifting of people into sex work. As such, the research aims to tackle how structures surrounding sex work affect sex work in terms of, one, how they drifted into sex work, two, how they came up with work strategies, and three, what makes sex workers continue doing sex work. And with that, we looked into relevant literature that helped us in understanding such goals.
So we included the sociology of prostitution and sex work in our literature because it provides the context as to why sex work is the term used to describe the selling of sex work in contemporary times. The study then used some sociologies of the body, such as Bartkey's feminist interpretation of Foucault's ideas on docile bodies, the disciplinary gaze, and the panopticon to emphasize this quote-unquote tyranny of slenderness that makes women self-police their organization and presentation to fit into the norms under the disciplinary patriarchal gaze. Meanwhile, we also used Bourdieu's concepts of the body as a form of physical capital that can be developed and then converted into other forms of capital such as economic, cultural, and so on. Butler's gender performativity was also used to demonstrate how the femininity of sex workers is learned. This then goes into studies like Pareñas and Chang, in which sex workers perform such gendered acts for monetary gain and utilize technologies of embodiment like putting on makeup, wearing feminine clothing, and so on to express their gender performativity. We also provide the context as to how sex work exists in the Philippines in terms of laws and factors attributing to this stigma. This also includes how social media can be utilized for sex work and how the COVID-19 possibly affected sex work. Lastly, we incorporate Giddens's structuration theory as it provides an understanding of what structures exist in the sex work and how it affects sex workers and how they negotiate with these said structures.
Taking all of this into consideration, the research begs to ask three main questions. First, how do structures such as law enforcement, stigmatization, and gender norms affect cisgender women and transgender women in sex work? Second, what are the work strategies being utilized by sex workers in how they act, behave, present themselves, negotiate with clients, and create safety measures in the different spaces and contexts they work in? And lastly, how do the assertions of agency from sex workers enable them to advocate for professionalization that allows for better working conditions, such as in being provided law enforcement services and in health concerns? Next slide, please. The research uses qualitative methods, emphasizing their experiences and building the life words of the respondents. With this, the researchers were able to gather 3 respondents whose names were protected under pseudonyms, and the study is limited to the perspectives of 2 cisgender females and 1 transgender female who are all a part of the organization Voices for Sexual Rights. The respondents also requested an honorarium of 300 pesos for their participation. More explanation will come up later. Though there are only 3, the study goes in depth in the life roles of said sex workers, providing ample analysis that suffice in achieving the study's objectives. In the conceptual framework, structuration theory was implemented as sex work affects the sex worker while the sex worker negotiates with their structures. Now, moving on to the presentation of our findings and analysis.
Now we introduce the 3 respondents that we have been able to talk to and have interviews with. Namely, they are Diane, Jackie, and Shanna. All right. So the respondents can be seen in different contexts before coming into sex work. Diane started as a factory worker earning 200 pesos back in the 90s. As for Jackie, she worked jobs such as being a water station attendant. She did not explicitly state how much she earned, but described how it was not enough for her at the time. In Shanna's case, she was a student and had no income. Now, as they drift into sex work, we can see the contexts are also different. In Diane's case, she became a bar singer in Pampanga, where she started doing sex work on the side. This came in the form of providing companionship, a type of sex work that provides physical company to clients. This does not necessarily include sexual favors, but can be requested. Patrons have to pay Diane's bar fine to her mamasan, that costs 3,000 pesos, split 60-40 between the bar and Diane. For context, the bar fine is the fee paid by the client to the bar, to the bar management, so that they can take the bar workers outside of the bar and relieve them of their duties for the night. The bar fine costs 3,000 pesos, as I said, split between 60-40. Basically, Diane would earn up to 15,000 pesos per month from sex work alone. Now, in Jackie's case, she was standing on a street when a stranger approached her and asked her if she wanted to have a good time. After granting the stranger sexual favors and getting paid for it, she realized how she could earn money off of this. She became a street sex worker, basing herself in Recto, Manila. She also does companionship, but leans more into providing sexual favors. She would earn 2,500 to 3,000 pesos doing sex work, and that she usually earns 10,000 to 12,000 pesos in a month doing this. Now, as for Shanna, she discovered sex work through a friend who referred her to Planet Romeo, which is a LGBTQ plus dating website. Afterwards, she took up street sex work for a while until she was referred by a friend to a handler who gave her an opportunity to do sex work in Boracay. She would mostly grant sexual favors and companionship services, which allowed her to earn 8,000 to 10,000 pesos per night. Now, moving on to how their work lives are now, we see Diane now works as a social hygiene, as a volunteer in a social hygiene clinic in a city hall in NCR. She earns 11,000 pesos monthly before deductions. However, she still continues to do sex work mostly through referrals from connections and through regular clients. Jackie, on the other hand, now works as a barangay tanod and domestic helper, which gets her a salary of 2,000 pesos and 2,500 pesos respectively. Despite having 2 jobs, she still says she gets to do sex work on her own time. Shanna now works at a BPO call center as a customer service representative in Manila and earns 34,000 pesos before deduction. However, she also does online sex work now through live streaming and selling of content, such as pictures and videos of her in the nude. She continues to do meetups with clients, but now has the added component of asking their consent if they are willing to be filmed. This is so that she can sell the sex video as content. She shares that she now charges clients per pop, which basically means per climax of the client, inclusive of 3 hours, which is her usual package. If clients use up their pop, Shanna can still keep them company if they have remaining time left. Now, we move on to the benefits. Firstly, they describe sex work as easy money, meaning that they earn quite a sum of money for the work that they provide. In doing sex work, Jackie is able to support her granddaughter financially, stating that dahil sa pag-sex work ko, nakakatulong na din ako financially sa aking apo. Shanna even compares how much money she earns or how much money she makes doing sex work compared to her current job, stating mas malaki pa ang kita ko sa sex work kumpara sa BPO. Another benefit that comes up with doing sex work is how much time freedom they have. Shanna best explains this in her statement. Sa oras, I can easily compare with my work in customer service. In doing sex work, I have more freedom to do what I like because hawak ko ang oras ko. But also, with benefits, there also come its downsides, its drawbacks. First of all, the respondents express how stigmatizing their jobs are in the sense that they understand the job bears heavy judgment, even affecting their families. In Diane's case, she explains how she hesitates to openly explain what she does whenever she needs to immediately provide for her family when in need. Stating instead of having to explain herself, she says, "Ako na lang ang bahala dumiskarte. Alam na nila ang ibig kong sabihin doon." Jackie's case shows how people simply speculating of her doing sex work affects her family, specifically her daughter, stating that her daughter gets ridiculed by neighbors who say, "Nanay mo pok-pok." What is a more threatening drawback is the dangers of physical harm that arise during sex work. And Shanna reflects this best in her statement. "Ever since I did sex work, I am always worried about my safety. Hindi siya madali. Anyone can lie to you. They offer things, but it's possible they don't follow through. And because I'm not protected, I have no choice but to agree when I'm already there. I have no trusted authorities to report to." And with that, we now move on to sex work strategies.
Okay, so where is it? Through the interviews, we can see how gender performativity plays out as work strategy in their line of work. Their identities as feminine performing and feminine portraying sex workers constitute their gender through the work strategies that they do in the form of putting on makeup, wearing sexually appealing clothing, augmenting their bodies through supplements and surgeries, as well as their behaviors and actions with clients, which these work strategies are learned through their socialization with the world and their society. Meanwhile, they also use other strategies such as how they negotiate, position, and organize themselves in their workplaces, particularly establishment-based and street-based, online-based sex work. Furthermore, there is also the social media and internet aspect of it all, insofar as they use it to augment their already existing work strategies for their income generation and constitution of identity. Here we can see that Judith Butler's concept of performativity is affirmed through, again, their performances and actions. Meanwhile, Bartkey's usage of the tyranny of slenderness is also affirmed since the respondents express their gender performativity as work strategy within the disciplinary patriarchal gaze to organize the unruly body of women that is prevalent in Philippine society. Jackie notes that she had to make sure her feet were always clean and presentable to her clients because this is what is favorable to clients. And these are traditional feminine norms. Moreover, Diane stated that she had to always try to wear black outfits since it made her look slimmer, again, conforming to traditional beauty standards, that slim is sexy and attractive. Lastly, Shanna altered her body, had surgery, took hormonal supplements to constitute her gender identity and be able to perform and use it as a way to attract male clients who are seeking such qualities. And here we have a quote from Shanna, which encapsulates the point I tried to make. Ito na kasi ako sa gender ko, so I use this gender identity din sa sex work. I now pass it on to Dee to make it sense of law enforcement and other structures.
Okay, thank you, Jake. So on the aspect of sex workers' encounters with law enforcement, they voiced a collective experience of a downplayment of their concerns. To share one of her respondents' more traumatic experiences, she was kidnapped as a sex slave and was held hostage at the hotel for 3 days. They were eager to help until they found out she was a sex worker and proceeded to ignore and disregard her experiences of sexual abuse. Encapsulating these encounters are the words, "Trabaho mo yan, dapat di ka nagrereklamo," being said to them. Being one of the topics and concerns that they are able to share amongst each other, they have developed respective safety measures over time. These include getting a picture of the client's valid IDs and sending it to a close friend, and forming an alliance or kampi-kampihan among street-based sex workers who go as protection. Stigma against them is very much still a thing they face. Some of these include their child being bullied and being alienated at work on the assumption that they have STDs and are contagious. These experiences have lent itself to the other notable finding, which is the organization of the sex workers into an advocacy group, especially VSR, are voices for sexual rights. Members are invited to casual gatherings to talk about experiences, training and workshop sessions on sexual health, and providing a safe space for sex workers to air out concerns and get support. Now we move on to our main points of analysis, starting with the professionalization of sex work.
Thank you, Dee. Throughout the interviews, all respondents never considered themselves as prostitutes, only calling themselves sex workers and other subsets of that. Considering that the term sex work was coined by Carol Leigh, a sex worker rights activist in the 1970s, in order to legitimize sex work, it makes sense how their identity reflects the meaning associated with the title sex worker. The request for an honorarium is also reflective of their demand to be respected as experts in their field. It can be seen how they advocate for the legitimization of sex work, to criminalize abuse from clients, and to be rid of discrimination from law enforcement. In legitimizing sex work, they would be able to rightfully access police assistance and report instances of abuse, no longer being discriminated against and put aside because of their line of work. This legitimization would also help in protecting sex workers, as it would allow for systems of sexual health awareness to be put in place, protecting not only sex workers but also the general population from infections. Thus, as they identify themselves as sex workers, they push forward their advocacy to legitimize sex work so that, one, they may be provided with better working conditions such as police assistance when sex workers are in need, and two, systems to protect the health of sex workers that can be put in place. And second, destigmatize sex work in the sense that they are not discriminated against by law enforcement and general society. In turn, this helps sex work become less stigmatized as it becomes treated as a legitimate form of work.
Going back to Bordeaux's concept of the body as physical capital, it is also made manifest through the experiences of the respondents. Here we can see how they develop their bodies, which in their context is the physical capital, and then later converted into other forms of capital, such as economic, cultural, and social capitals. The respondents manage and develop their bodies by, again, utilizing technologies of embodiment. Makeup, clothing, putting on, augmenting their bodies, and so on. Through this, they are able to attract more clients, again, converting this physical capital into an economic capital through money. They called it easy money. It was really easy for them to make money that way. Moving over to Giddens structuration.
So again, Giddens structuration theory puts emphasis on the relationship between structure and agency, wherein structure enables and limits individuals' actions, and agency shapes and transforms structures. From our study, the limiting structures are poverty, law enforcement, and criminalization, stigma, and the pandemic. In navigating and negotiating these structures, sex worker agency shows in the following instances: unique development of safety measures, adapting to different online platforms for income generation, and in the creation and joining of sex worker advocacy and support groups which share knowledge and empower its members.
All right, so in conclusion, the study has connected structures such as law enforcement, organizations, and gender norms to how it affects women in sex work, as it not only shapes the way they go about strategizing sex work, but also how it dictates their limitations and how they are able to cope with said structures. Regarding law enforcement, being that they are seen to discriminate sex workers by not providing required assistance, they negotiate with their spaces to create a safer work environment for themselves. In terms of organizations such as VSR, they are able to strengthen themselves as sex workers through their advocacy of legitimizing sex work. In terms of gender norms, sex workers appropriate themselves according to their gender identity and apply that in doing sex work. We are also able to categorize the work strategies used by Filipino sex workers into gender performativity sex work strategies, social media sex work strategies, and safety strategies. Lastly, although their drift into sex work can be attributed to their similar social demographic backgrounds of being in need of money, the industry of sex work and how it provides economic opportunity is what facilitates the entry of people into sex work. However, what drives them to continue sex work is their exercise of agency over their work, the constant need to provide for their families, and advocating to create a safer work environment for sex workers, such as in access to law enforcement services and sex work-specific health concerns. And with that, we end our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the comments and the questions from your panel. So first would be Dr. Liza Lim.
Sige, as before, I already mentioned it earlier during your first presentation. I think the group actually knows their theories and literature well, so congratulations. I think it helped in terms of analyzing the experiences that are shared by your respondents, the sex workers. Although offhand, well, I was listening earlier, I was a bit discomforted with the term sex workers, but I realized that it's something that is actually used. Okay, so I'll go along with it. So, but again, as I've said earlier, I find the thesis well documented, and it is something that I think graduate students might want to pursue in terms of coverage, actually. It was surprising to me that it was picked up by an undergraduate group. Okay, so despite having only 3 respondents, I think this is okay. But having said that, some of my comments. I noted that you have done away with the focus on a particular area from your earlier proposal, and rather went with referrals of groups, no? Referrals from other people. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
po.
so, and I think to a certain extent it worked well for you because you were able to get different variations of context of the different sex workers. So kahit na tatlo lang yon, it represented different groups of sex workers. So I think it worked out well. But nonetheless, it might be good for you to also incorporate that experience in your discussion of methodology. At least it will inform also the others who might want to pursue this kind of research that merong mga methodologies that can also be used, and some if one does not if one does not work, then you can pursue other options for it, and that can only also couch probably the strengths and limitations of the paper, the methodologies that you used as well. On another note, I think that your study was well, as I mentioned, well written and analyzed, but I was also hoping that you explored a bit on how your respondents feel about being sex workers, because I do note that in your presentation, it seems to me that you're discussing, although you discuss a little bit on the downside of it, pero parang you get the impression that it's kind of an easy thing, and it pays well. So parang medyo for me, medyo na-highlight yung the positive aspects of it. Compared to their other professions, yung mga previous jobs niya. But I really wonder how they view themselves vis-a-vis other professionals, or for that matter, vis-a-vis other professions. My main question is that, do they feel better off, or for that matter, this is something that they see only as a stage, and that later on they might want to improve their status or class? Are there references to it in your interviews?
Hi, Doc Lim. Okay. So, yes, thank you for that. And we acknowledge that it wasn't included or wasn't well presented in our presentation right now. Although, from our interview with the respondents, one comes up as specifically for Shana, who sees doing sex work as something that they would love to do for as long as they can do it. We were able to ask about their aspirations and why they continue to do it, and what would they want to do. For her, she says that excuse me. Okay. For her, she says that I love this job. It pays well and I feel free. And she even okay, I will stop there. Okay.
But ang ano ko lang, maybe you need to probe it a little bit, because in some cases, earlier people are discussing about stigma, so they might want to present or post certain views also that paints where they are as a good picture, so that medyo ma-reduce yung stigma. I'm not saying that it's really na hindi nila gusto yon. I just wanted to know, just to balance the situation. Which brings me to the next point, kasi I'm also wondering if you, because one of the advocacies they want is actually professionalization, right? And I think you as a student might want to also parang tawag dito, disclose your positionality in terms of this. So just to balance it, kasi syempre we're presenting this and it's a sensitive issue. Baka rin ma-construe also that you're advocating for it. I'm okay with it in terms of siguro, but probably you need to discuss also the pros and cons of things, and also what are the possible implications of professionalization, because you're also dealing with law enforcement, etc. So which is why also I'm asking kung merong improvement talaga dun sa situation nila as professionals. Okay? Kasi you're also discussing later on yung strategy. So, but I'll go into that later. The reason why I'm asking also yung position nyo in terms of their advocacy is that I find the discussion of social mobility for the sex workers a bit lacking. Maybe, again, as I mentioned, you need to discuss it a little bit, whether they think, or you think also, that it can be an upward, downward, horizontal mobility for them. Kasi we're talking of them as sex workers, but well, we want to understand them so that presumably we want to also make things better, right, for them. So might want to comment a little bit on that. And then siguro yung medyo practical I was discussing it earlier with Jessie. For my purposes, baka you might want to explain to me what cisgender is. Medyo old school ako eh. I'm not very I'm not very familiar with the term.
Okay po. So cisgender is synonymous to the term straight, pero more specifically, cisgender is a person whose gender identity corresponds with the sex registered for them at birth. So kunyari, si Joelle pinanganak lalaki, ngayon ay nagpe-present lalaki.
Okay, sige. The reason why I asked is kasi nung nag-present kayo ng tatlo, you also classified one as straight, pure straight, the other cis, and then the other is trans. So I was wondering if there are differences and there are nuances. So maybe you can clarify.
Okay,
and I didn't understand what cisgender is, so I cannot see the difference. So yon. As for gender strategies, very interesting actually. But perhaps also you can provide some opinions on whether, again, the strategies work in terms of improving the conditions of the sex workers. Because while they earn money and it seems that they think that they are doing well, but in their sharing, you also noted that the earning is not sufficient enough. I do remember there's one na sabi niya, lahat ito napupunta lang sa support ng family. Right? So for me, parang it also denotes na, teka, while they're doing it as a strategy, presumably they want it because it's easy money, they also recognize that it's actually not doing them good favor. It doesn't change much yung condition. They cannot even say that the condition improves. And secondly, maybe this is just my observation, it seems to me that the navigation is merely affirming the dominant patriarchal structure and system, as most of the strategies, if you note, are projecting gender stereotypes. So in a sense, they also put the sex workers at risk. So you might want to elaborate a little bit on that and balance it. Okay, so last na lang. One last comment is that in your presentation, while we're presenting strategies in terms of how they, in other words, how they use their gender to be able to navigate into this sex work thing, I did not see any mention of strategies that aim to assert themselves or demonstrate for that matter resistance to the system, there might be some. I'm not even sure kung yung ibang assertions nila dyan are actually demonstration of resistance to the structure or to the system itself. Okay? But overall, I think the paper is very interesting and quite compelling. So congratulations.
Thank you po, Ms. Lim.
And next is Miss Jessica Claudio.
Ako ulit. But I think the more significant questions have been raised by Dr. Lim already. Pero yun nga, tama siya. Your manuscript is well written. Kailangan lang ng sa dulo, medyo na-realize ko na konti yung time, ganun. Similar to how you presented, nung nagmamadali kayo kay Giddens tsaka kay Bordeaux, ganun din yung feeling ko while reading the manuscript. So yun. But I think you still have time to, to edit that. To also jump into yung sinasabi ni Dr. Lim kanina, you have a section on drifting into sex work, which I appreciate, by the way, the use of drifting in as a term to describe how they come to sex work. Kasi nga, diba, like, I don't know if I mentioned during the proposal defense that they don't choose to be sex workers, they drift into sex work. But then moving on, yung discussion on social mobility, meron ba silang nabanggit about drifting out of sex work? So parang just to complete the process, diba, drifting in and then drifting out of sex work. Or yun nga, tulad nung sinabi nyo, they don't plan ba to drift out of sex work? Kasi even in your presentation kanina, while they already have other jobs, they still maintain being sex workers. So yun, parang meron ba silang nabanggit about drifting out?
Siguro po, from what we've found, hindi talaga masyado. Although we didn't really get to ask that specifically. But how it was implied and how they answered seems as though they are there to stay in sex work. But this is more apparent kay Shana, who found herself talaga in doing sex work. And one of yung aspirations na nga down the line is to become an actual porn star na rin. So talagang naging not choice, pero naging parang path niya na talaga yon. She really saw herself in that line of work, and so she continues to do so. Although kay Diane and kay Jackie, we're not entirely, or we can't say for sure more on that aspect. Kasi sila more ang binanggit is how they continue to do sex work anyway, kahit na may trabaho na silang iba. Si Shana, on the other hand, although na-mention ko na BPO siya, nagpasa na nga siya ng resignation niya when we got to interview her, na siya in 30 days. So talagang balak niya nang bumalik talaga
fully
100% back into online sex work. Kasi doon talaga alam niya at talaga na-experience niya na doon talaga malaki yung kita.
Yun, parang magandang i-point out yun kasi parang you're also interrogating the potentialities of drifting out of sex work. And yun nga, yung parang sinasabi niyong motivations nila for not moving out of sex work could be, explicit in your analysis as well. So yun. And then, just to clarify, your focus is on female sex workers, right?
Yes.
Kasi parang my next question is, naghanap ba kayo ng cisgender na male na sex worker? Or was it really not part of the plan to have a comparative lens? Kasi parang nakumpleto nyo, may bisexual, may cisgender na female, and then there's a trans, diba? So parang ewan ko, for comparativeness ng sexuality, maganda rin sana to have that perspective. They have entirely different motivations for drifting into.
Yes po, totally agree. We also considered that aspect, whether to make it comparative. Although we consider na baka mahirapan kami, it may become a little more too complex, so we just focused on the feminine presenting sex workers.
Yun. Baka rin important to always clarify in the manuscript that parang kasi you're using sex workers as one term to just specify the female sex workers. So yun, baka implying na walang straight male sex worker, 'di ba? Parang which is meron naman, hindi lang ganun kadami as much as female sex workers. And then, yung uncomfortable ako, kasi Dr. Lim, uncomfortable sa term na sex worker nung una. Ako, uncomfortable ako dun sa term na benefits of sex worker. Yung benefits part. So parang if there's another term that could encapsulate what you're trying to say with the discussion, baka pwedeng, kasi nga parang yung ang nangyayari is like what Dr. Lim said, it seems too positive, which is a valid point. There's an entirely a line of academic analysis na talagang okay sila with sex work. So yan lang, again, just the keyword would be balance in terms of, or neutrality in terms of discussing it as an academic topic. And then yung in terms of analysis, yung siguro arrangement or structure of the themes, kasi parang the first few ones are good, kasi parang the literature also supports the themes that you have, and then suddenly it's Bordeaux and Giddens. So parang, and then some of the points that you made in the presentation can be discussed along with the other themes. So kung pwedeng doon sila malipat para hindi sila separate section that repeats what is initially said. So baka pwedeng mas ganun yung approach. Or maybe you can mention them within the conclusion part. Na parang there's a grand analysis in the conclusion that mentions yung concept nyo kay Bordeaux and kay Giddens. You want to respond, yeah?
Kasi po, yung kay Bordeaux, we mentioned that like sa tawag dito sa Sociology of the Body section, like it's there, it's written there. I guess yun nga po, it's just the problem of organization. Like maybe we can put that analysis of the findings within the findings themselves, like how we organized yung kay gender performativity and the tyranny of slenderness.
Kasi pwede nyo din dyang isama yun eh.
Yeah.
Yung physical capital na concept, parang operationalized as these themes. Diba? So yun. And then my last would be the recommendation section. You have one. You have further recommendations for further studies. Pero baka pwedeng parang dun sa comment kanina ni Dr. Lim on methodological, ethical limitations of your research. Baka you can also make suggestions or recommendations based on that experience within your narrative. And also knowing that you discussed yung professionalism of sex work, and yung experiences din ng mga na-interview nyo with the police, baka meron din kayong program or policy recommendations about it. So parang, yun nga, parang balancing as well, yung sinasabi ni Dr. Lim kanina, kayo ba ay pro-professionalization of sex work? Kasi yung present nyo was the view of the participants. So parang baka may recommendation. Do you support that recommendation? Or parang, halimbawa, what are your program recommendations? And last na rin, palaging last, ano yun? Kasi you have a respondent or participant na trans. So did you also ask about ano yung feeling nila regarding violence against trans sex workers?
Immediately as we asked yung question na yun, nag-share na rin siya agad ng instance where her fellow transgender sex worker has experienced abuse for the mere fact na nagulat yung client na they weren't cisgender na female. Yung instance was that yung friend niya was stuffed in yung luggage ng client niya. Kwento niya eh. As soon as we asked that, talagang yun yung naging kwento niya. That was what arose from that.
So generally, she addresses the risks and of being a transgender sex worker and being a transgender in general in the Philippines.
Ayun. So baka meron din kayong recommendations on that na pwede nyong ilagay din sa... So if it's in the findings, baka meron kayong pwedeng ilagay na recommendations. Kasi parang feeling ko, yung topic nyo in a sense na both academic recommendation and policy program recommendation can be there in the narrative. So may potential siya. So yun. And if, of course, meron din siyang potential na i-publish, if, halimbawa, if you plan on pursuing this in the future, you can also increase your participant size. But we know naman the context of why it's only 3. But
Yes,
the data is rich naman. So yun. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks as well, Joanne, Diane, and Jacob. Now, we move on to the last session for this afternoon, which is entitled Lives, Loves, and the Construction of Gendered Digital Spheres. For this panel, we have 2 papers. No? And first to present is Erica Lopez, Sebastian Manabat, and John Michael D. And their paper is entitled Gender Dynamics Among Gamer College Students in Metro Manila. I'm not sure. But their advisor, I hope they will flash the correct title here. Their advisor is Jessica Sandra Claudio, and their examiners are Miss Cherry Alfiler and Miss Emily Roque Sarmiento. My phone.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, we would like to thank our advisor, Ma'am Jessie, for guiding us through this long and arduous journey. We would also like to thank our panelists, Ma'am Cherry and Ma'am Emily, and everyone else present for being here today. We present to you our thesis entitled Babae o Bakla, Yata Kaya Feeder. How gender and sexuality affect the gaming experiences of college students in Metro Manila. Sexism and homophobia is commonly found in online games, such as League of Legends and Valorant, which will be the focus of this study. So, what is League of Legends? 2 teams of 5 go against each other to destroy the Nexus. Over here is the map, and these crystals are the Nexuses. The game allows you to play a variety of characters called champions that have specific roles and various gender identities and sexualities. Valorant also allows you to play as agents with different gender identities, sexualities, and roles. The game is played by having 2 teams of 5, attackers and defenders. The teams who win 13 rounds in total wins the game. Our study focused on Filipino college students and how gender and sexuality affects them when they play League of Legends and Valorant. This is because the roles in these games have been found to be gendered. For example, female players are compelled to play support to serve as an enabler for their partners playing the carry role. Here are examples of champions in League along with their respective descriptions. And here are some examples of agents in Valorant with their respective descriptions. Our research was built around these questions. How does one's gender and sexual orientation affect the Filipino college students' gaming experience in Valorant and in League of Legends? What kinds of gender and sexuality-based discrimination do Filipino college students experience while in-game? Sub-questions are, how do these occurrences happen and why do they happen? On to our review of related literature. Leisure is defined as time freed from productive work and has been found to be gendered. So then, what is gender? Gender can be defined as socially constructed relationships that are reproduced through people's actions. An important thing to note about leisure is that women and men do not see parity. For example, women have more obligations than men, such as household work, so she has less personal time for herself. Gender role expectations hinder both men and women from participating in some leisure activities. For example, boxing is considered to be masculine, so a woman may be judged if she gets into such a hobby. It's not only the females being constrained, but also gay men. They quote-unquote must act straight, as this is what society expects of them, which hinders them from participating in activities that do not conform to masculine expectations. In the Philippines, gays have also been largely humorized to the point that they cannot be taken seriously. This can be observed in the way Beatriz is often used in humorous contexts, and it's the stereotypical portrayal of gay characters in Philippine cinema. Gaming has been associated with toxic masculinity, which can manifest as sexism and homophobia. For this study, sexism is defined as sexist remarks, threats, and general online conduct that causes fear of harassment. The SOGI Equality Bill defines discrimination as a distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference based on sexual orientation, so homophobia falls under this. Microaggressions were also taken into account, which are subtle gestures or comments that communicate prejudice against a group. Sexism and homophobia in the gaming space has led to a series of coping mechanisms for women and queers, such as avoiding communication and gender camouflage by using gender-neutral names, for example. Sexism and homophobia has also been documented in the Philippines. For example, Kelra, a Mobile Legends player, made sexist and homophobic comments about other Mobile Legends players. Here we have our methodology, where we interviewed 10 participants, 5 male, 4 female, and 1 genderqueer with different sexualities. Using semi-structured interviews, we collected data from college students that were at least 18 years old and have at least witnessed or experienced sexism or homophobia in the game, as they were easier to access and could consent to the interview themselves, and also due to time constraints. We also only studied casual players, as they have less social resources to combat harassment compared to professional players or streamers.
Hello. Okay. So for our conceptual framework, we use symbolic interactionist theory. And basically the gist of the theory is when multiple people ascribe the same meaning to an object, it becomes a symbol. So the same way male players agree that support characters are piloted by women, so supports therefore become a symbol of women. This can affect the way support characters are perceived and can lead to sexism. Next slide, please. Now for our findings, we divided it into 5 sections. Next slide, please, based on common themes found in the data. So first, we found that the preferred positions of female participants are support and sentinel, which is basically the same role as they are both tasked with supporting the team. We found that there is a stigma associated with support characters, especially the character Sage, from Valorant. There's even a stereotype called Pocket Sage, where Sage players are just assumed to be women who need to rely on her boyfriend to win games. So she pockets him by focusing her healing abilities on him while he does all the damage. This is a common experience of the female participants who play supports. They are assumed to be unskilled and need to be carried. Conversely, support characters are assumed to be always piloted by women. Next slide, please. Another factor that affects this harmful stereotype is the portrayal of the female characters themselves, especially in League of Legends. So as you can see here, their designs tend to have unrealistic body proportions, hence the red marking. So here. Their sexual appeal. I can no, sorry. Their sexual appeal, particularly their breasts and their hourglass figures, tend to be emphasized. So this reinforces the notion that women are merely sex objects, not to be taken seriously. Next slide, please. Now, for the male participants, we found that they tend to gravitate towards duelists, which is an aggressive role, as they are tasked with securing kills rather than protecting the team. So this role does require some skill to pilot, and based on the data, we found that the male players who choose these agents tended to be egotistical, and well, they were described to be egotistical and develop a superiority complex, which leads to toxicity due to the perception that they are better at the game, and therefore this gives them the right to harass their teammates. Next slide. Next, we found that the appearance, sexuality, and personalities of the characters are also reasons why people play them. For example, a gay participant shared that they played the character Killjoy because he relates to her being gay. Now, another participant shared that they play Evelyn because she is gender fluid and part of KDA, which is a virtual K-pop girl group of female League of Legends champions reimagined as pop stars. So in this way, the characters can also be symbols of and for queers as well. Next slide. Now, a common theme found among all participants is that they were introduced to the games by a male friend or a male love interest. Now, these male friends or love interests would help the female participants get used to the game, sometimes even to the point of mansplaining, which is a term for when a man gives a dumbed-down explanation to a woman in a condescending manner. Male heterosexual friends also had a tendency to engage in disparagement humor, which is a type of humor that belittles a group. So for example, a male friend of a female participant would make sexist jokes around her even while she's around. Like he would say, "Oh, OMG, I'm carrying 2 girls." So next slide. Now for the forms of discrimination that we collected, the witnesses observed both microaggressions and direct in-game harassment. For example, a female friend of a male participant would be immediately slotted into the support role without any questions. This is an example of a microaggression. Another example would be during a male participant's game, he witnessed a female player get berated when she spoke up in the voice communication channel in Valorant because she was underperforming. The victims, who were mostly women and queers, experienced discrimination in various ways, from being told sexist and homophobic remarks like "go make me a sandwich" and "lalaki lang dapat naglalaro ng Valorant, di mga bakla," to being assumed to be a woman when they underperform. So in this instance, they were told, "babae yata, kaya nagfa-feed." Now, feeding is a term to describe someone who is underperforming, and it alludes to the title of our study. And lastly, they also experience unwanted special treatment simply because of being a woman. Female participants also shared unpleasant experiences in computer shops, such as being stared at excessively. Next slide. Now, when it comes to investment, we found that male participants tend to have played longer than the female participants, who only showed interest in playing during the COVID-19 pandemic. They also tend to choose characters who would help them with the game, rather than female and queer participants who were more motivated by the character's lore and appearance. The male participants also valued winning more and being the one making significant plays, while female and queer players valued bonding more with friends. Next slide. Now, for the participants' opinions on Riot Games policies, which is the developer of these games, they all agree that Riot is ineffective with handling reports. And this is because the offender can easily make another account to circumvent their suspension. So they can just keep playing and being toxic.
Hello. Next slide. By using our conceptual framework, which uses the symbolic interactionism theory to interpret our findings, we have come up with 3 symbols which gives us a glimpse into the casual gaming experience of our participants and can help us understand the Philippine gaming space as well. Female gamers are associated with supportive characters whose only job is to support the rest of the team and enable their allies' performance. This isn't the case 100% of the time, but More often than not, female gamers are immediately slotted into this kind of role based on gender alone. Therefore, girl gamers are a symbol of supportive roles in gaming, and this leads to sexism because this notion influences the way male gamers interact with females and other genders. Next slide, please. Queer characters, just like their real-life counterparts, are a minority as well in gaming, as they are not represented as much. However, the existence of queer characters such as the gender-fluid League of Legends champion Evelyn and the gay couple Reyes and Killjoy from Valorant gives hope to our queer participants who play both games. Queer characters, thus, are a symbol of hope and positivity for LGBT plus gamers, as the inclusion helps makes the games less heteronormative and more of a safe space. Next slide. Now, just like physical sports, video games are also proving grounds for its participants, which are majority male. This brings into mind the idea that males must demonstrate their strength in order to prove their masculinity, as their skill and mastery in the game fulfills their masculinity as well. When things go wrong, male players tend to be toxic. That is why Valorant and League of Legends are symbols of toxic masculinity, sexism, and homophobia. Next slide. Now, with that in mind, what does this say about the local gaming experience? Given the symbols, meanings, derived by analyzing our participants' experiences, the study has found that the local gaming community to be not just a leisure space, but also a breeding ground for toxic behaviors and outdated values. By allowing these behaviors to continue without sufficient repercussions, they eventually become normalized and eventually manifest also at a larger scale, even outside of gaming. And this is an inevitability given the fact that our own culture and society is heavily traditional, wanting to adhere to norms already set in the past. These behaviors happening not only between random encounters, but also among peers within similar social circles means that these behaviors are part of the norm, which is bad. Next slide. Now, given the current state of the gaming space, what can Riot Games, game developer for both Valorant and League of Legends, do? For one, they can implement a series of lighter punishments, such as chat restriction and longer queue times, to impede the offender just enough that it frustrates and deters them from repeating the same offense. Anti-counterintuitive banning can also be implemented. This means that bans would be more purposeful rather than the automatic answer. Banning should be reserved for repeat offenders, as immediately banning would hurt the state of the game as well as create unwanted resentment towards victims. Riot Games advocates for equality and inclusiveness, so more representation and diversity in character designs would help our queer players feel welcome in the games they play. Implementing more queer and non-binary characters would increase the visibility of queer and non-binary players. Portraying male and female characters that do not conform to traditional gender roles may help as well, such as having more male support characters or more strong women characters. And over the recent years, Riot has promised that they would double down on reported instances of toxicity, but based on the participants' experiences, it feels like that they are not doing enough. With that, it is recommended that Riot should be more vocal and harsh against discrimination. The detection of sexist, homophobic, and transphobic slurs in the game's communication channels should immediately be punished. Riot can also dedicate a video or social media campaign touching on discrimination in their games, as they do have a massive following. Now, before we conclude, here are some recommendations for future studies on this matter. We recommend that future studies should expand on the scope of the participant pool beyond college students. More focus should be emphasized on queer, non-binary, and transgender players. Non-participant observation can be an additional methodology as well, as it allows the researchers to capture raw data and witness discrimination firsthand. We chose Valorant and League of Legends as the subjects of the study as they are both popular, but discrimination in other games also exists, so further studies should also look at other games to see if the same things happen within similar competitive titles. And to conclude our study, given the experiences of our participants and referencing existing gender and the gaming space is not only far from safe and inclusive, it is also a breeding ground for toxicity. The lack of responsiveness from game developers on reported instances, the normalized toxic behavior, and the space being male-centric since its existence, all lead to difficulties for females, queers, and other non-binary genders to thrive or enter into the gaming hobby. These are our references. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we proceed to the comments and questions from the panelists. No? First, we have Miss Cherry Alfiler.
All right. Hi, everyone. Congratulations again to the research team as well as to your advisor. Sige. Simulan ko na.
Yes,
Same din sa previous group which I commented on. My question, my suggestion regarding the visualization, no? Yung directionality ng arrows. Kasi parang it's very one direction. And again, it implies causality na one direction din. So maybe the group would want to rethink what are the relationships between the variables, between the different concepts. Okay? So please do take note of that. I find your findings very interesting actually and very insightful. So congratulations. Siguro, as a millennial tita, kung pwede lang, yung ibang pop culture references has some explanation. Like the reference to ilos and gay codes. Yun, hindi kasi ako, when do you say that something is gay coded, I think would be helpful to your readers. And also, same as my previous comment to the other group, when you say most, if possible, insert a value, like 5 out of 8 or how many respondents or informants you may have. It sort of helps visualize or contextualize the frequency of these instances coming up. So it would help again. Okay. Siguro, ang tanong ko to anyone in the group lang naman, dun sa recommendations and conclusions part, medyo biglaan yung paglabas ng education as a recommendation. How will this education or the education of the players take place? Yun lang naman muna.
Hi, ma'am. Actually, that suggestion came from a particular participant, kaya nalagay namin yon, and it ended up becoming more generic. Kasi she said, parang quote-unquote, I believe in the power of education, parang ganon. So, she didn't cite a specific, like, concrete example of education. So, parang kami na yung nag-isip na, oh, maybe yung Riot Games, which is the developer, they can be the one to, like, help educate the players through yung, like, as we presented, yung social media campaign or maybe yung video, kasi madami naman silang subscribers sa YouTube. So, ayun.
And to add on to that education suggestion, I believe that Riot Games really advocate for inclusivity and equality, but in terms of education, the most that they have is simply having gay characters in their games as representation, but they don't really touch upon instances of sexism and harassment because those are very touchy subjects. And we believe that if they can do something about that, then the gaming space would be a much better place. So education really is a solution to this kind of problem.
Alright, sige. Siguro I would turn over the floor to Miss Emily muna also for her comments. Thank you.
Hello. Congratulations first. Thank you, Ms. Chair. Okay, hold on. I cannot organize my comments. Would you want a question first or comment?
I think comments first would be fine.
Okay. All right. So similar to what Ms. Shay said in terms of organization, again, sa paper, baka it would be good to parang set the tone that your audience are non-gamers. Because again, as a millennial tita as well, or someone who is a non-gamer, I cannot understand certain jargons for one. So may mga like the feeder, which is important because it's in your title. In turrets, gamer tag, play style. So those terms that might be, for you as gamers, might be familiar, but for us millennial titas and titos, medyo hindi kami aware or hindi familiar.
We do apologize for the lack of context.
Yeah, it's okay. So just incorporate that, I guess. And also, in terms of the games as well, of course, the games, we're also not familiar with the games. So just a certain background, I think you were able to put it in the PowerPoint. And something about, okay, so maybe here you have in your manuscript that you sent us yung matrix or tables where you explained the roles sa game, but also you listed yung participants. So I think may names ng characters na similar dun sa game and also dun sa respondents. So when you did the write-up, I was confused. Was this the character in the game or was this the respondent?
Yeah. We're sorry for that also. We fixed it na po in our current manuscript.
Okay.
So
Alright.
rest assured.
Okay. No, all right. Thank you. What else? Okay. Parang dami ko pa yung kumahanap yung mga questions ko. Okay, siguro questions na muna, no? Okay, sorry. Also, certain definitions, like you put them in the paper and you specify them already, but you did not put the conceptual definition. Certain terms like homophobic, transphobic. I'm not sure sa homophobic, but the transphobic, parang bigla lang siyang lumabas. So, nagaling term, baka better if just to explain it and what's the difference between, like Dr. Lim, ano ba yung homophobic sa transphobic, di ba? So now but which is actually interesting kasi we're getting into the LGBTQ, ano ba, IA+. Ano pa yan? That needs more, conversations and papers about it. So that's good. So just to add lang the differences and yung something over-sexualized. So you use it as a term there, but not the conceptual definition. So because it's a concept in a way, you use it repeatedly, just siguro explain it. Okay. Wait lang. Alright, so siguro questions. Which one? Hold on. Okay, I'm finding the question. Why do you think, okay, you write in your paper, there's an aspect there, why, about there's a lot of emphasis on figuring out the gamer's gender. So why do you think that is something that is important? When you approach the game, diba, instead of course, you do you understand the platform and whatnot, but why is it that an important component?
I guess gender is a big thing in games because it's like it's been a gendered activity for such a long time. So it's like the same thing with other hobbies that have been considered to be gendered, like or it's like an ecosystem wherein something new comes in. So everything gets disrupted, the status quo gets disrupted. And I guess that's why gender plays an important role in video games.
Ma'am, I also want to add, because actually this study was inspired by our collective personal experiences. So me personally, I have experienced sexism while I was playing. Like parang I've experienced everything from being told, babae ka ba? Ang hina mo kasi, to like, ang cutie mo naman, even though I never told them my gender. They just assumed I was a girl simply for the fact na I tend to play female champions or characters, sorry, jargon. But yeah, so so you see parang so it's really clear na parang from that experience alone, how did he come to the conclusion na I'm a cutie pie, na I'm a girl, simply because I tend to play female characters? Parang boys can play female characters din naman, and then parang it's not about the play style. Then so yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, siguro similar, I don't know which one. A similar question is, you talked about, it's interesting that for females and queers, a game is just a game. But for men, it's a kind of a proving ground. Why is that so? Why do you think that's so? I mean, it's insightful in a way, but siguro better to, explain.
Your question is, why is that the case? Well, it's like video games are, as we mentioned a while ago, similar to sports. And back then, sports were a way to demonstrate someone's masculinity by showing everyone that you're the strongest and you're the best. So similarly, when it comes to video games, but proving your mastery over the game shows that you're the best, you are to be someone who is feared and respected, and so on and so forth. But it is important to note that there is, in fact, a difference in how the game is defined by different genders. For males, that is the case, but for females, since they're mostly new to the hobby, compared to males over history, males back then, since the inception of video games, have taken video games as their own. So it's somewhat, they kind of own it. But over recent years, more and more females started getting more into gaming with the notion that, hey, this is fun. And eventually other genders followed as well. That is why we believe that there is a difference in how different genders perceive what video games are to them. Do you like that?
Any other? Okay, sige. So, siguro, how would you connect that to the theory that you use, the symbolic interactionism?
Ano kasi ma'am, so sa symbolic interactionism, diba, when multiple people agree on the same meaning to an object, it becomes a symbol. So for example, that chair, we all agree it's a chair. So it's a chair. It's a symbol for a chair. So the same way that male players all agree na parang the game is like, oh, you're here to like demonstrate that you're the best. It therefore becomes like a symbol of parang their masculinity to them. But the other gender, like yung from the based on the data we collected, the female participants and the queer participants, they don't have that same meaning. They don't ascribe the same meaning to the game. They most of them, like maybe 5 of them, said talaga na Valorant is more of a team game. I really do it for the communal experience. I do it to have fun. Who's like the best. I want to be challenger, bro. Like, okay, so parang it's really important because people with different motivations, parang this one group wants to win, but this one group just wants to have fun, and sometimes they can't have both. So when one value isn't able to be like accomplished, the male players tend to be toxic because they can't win because the other group just wants to have fun. So that's why it's important to know the symbols and the perceptions and the meanings associated.
Okay. So is it something about like I don't know, group group exclusivity? Tama ba yung term? Group exclusivity. Something about group cohesion and knowing which ones are outsider. and who they include and who they not include. So maybe we can siguro explore that aspect or element. But another thing to add siguro to that is with symbolic interactionism, you just don't stop at symbols and perceptions. You also act on what you perceive or how they are, as how you see them as symbols. So maybe you can continue or follow through that line of thinking, and so that you can connect yung sexism and homophobia actions that you cited. So para lang meron siyang tagpe somehow. So it's important to review that again. Okay, siguro another, meron pa tayong diba? So we cited demeaning experiences of boyfriends, diba? Berating their girlfriends or male friends to female friends, diba? In terms of gaming. So meaning there's an outside kind of dynamics outside of the game. So how do you think this affected the relationship outside of the game? And were there instances that females also asserted themselves during this encounters or negative experiences? Because you said in your paper it's traumatic and so on, but were they able to assert themselves as well?
Okay, so we apologize, ma'am, for sending you the let's call
Not
it
updated.
Yeah, the outdated.
Outdated.
It's the baby script, but now it's developing into an adult in our Google Doc. So we're gonna send it to you soon. But yeah, the female participant that shared na she was being berated by her male friend because she couldn't keep up. We actually added quotes. It's actually juicy. She said that parang she felt pressured to keep up, and it affected her confidence then to keep playing in the game, because parang every time she would play the game, parang she knew she had to play well for the sake of her male friend. And then it also affected her future gaming experiences, because diba, sinasabihan siya na, oh, you do this, you do that. So from now on, whenever she plays, tapos when she makes a mistake sa game, parang, parang she points it out agad. Okay guys, I'm sorry, I messed up. So parang, she does that subconsciously because of her past experiences, and also to communicate to the other players na, okay, alam kong mali ako. So don't harass me, please. So, ganon. Parang, yeah, there's like a form of trauma there. So it really matters to study how the social relationships affect the participants, because it affects them in the future too.
Okay. All right. Sige, last two questions. Okay. So, which ones, out of curiosity, which ones had, which gender had more experience of yung sexism, homo, and transphobia? Is it yung females or the LGBTQ, and in what game, and why do you think made ganong casting difference, or what is it in the games themselves?
Overall, the female and queer participants had more experiences than the males. The males, they are mostly witnesses to these instances. Yeah. So the experiences of the female and queer participants are highly valued in the study, because they provide a first-hand point of view of what is really happening.
Sure.
Okay, so I think the reason why we think that Valorant is more prone to having more toxic players is because of the voice chat. Because like in League of Legends, you can't really use voice chat or voice communications. So the person behind the screen won't really know if you're a male or a female, whereas in Valorant, communication is important. So therefore, you have to effectively play the game, you have to use the voice chat functionality, and this in turn reveals your gender to an extent.
When we say when Seb said males tend to be it's also important to note na one of the male participants that we studied was gay, so he was also part of the discrimination. So specifically, yung mostly witnesses are the male heterosexual participants. They themselves never experienced, they only witnessed. Pero yung gay, tapos yung female, na both heterosexual and gay, and may pansexual, may genderqueer, they all experienced it. Yeah, because ayun nga, in Valorant kasi there's the voice chat. Tapos the tone of the voice also matters, like the pitch. Kasi our gay participant, he was told yung homophobic remark when he spoke up. Tapos parang when he spoke up, like he just said, guys, may ano dito sa Sec B. Parang, tapos yung yung kalaro niya daw, minimik yung voice like kasi it's high pitched. So there's that parang there's that perception of how does a man should sound like. And he didn't, I guess parang he didn't sound like a man. So parang diba, there's perception na pag bakla, their voice is like high pitched, like so ayun na target siya agad. And then that's why he was told na wag ka naglalaro ng Valorant, lalaki lang naglalaro ng Valorant, hindi mga bakla. So yeah, the voice does play a huge part in that.
All right. So this is an interesting. Was it in the paper? And then the updated. Yeah, it's there. Sige. All right. But interesting also to nuance in terms of class, social class siguro, because now you're meeting with other groups of people, not just babae, lalaki, diba, or but also that we have class as a factor. So maybe there's a certain way that different social classes would relate to one another. So more imposing on the toxic masculinity. One class may have that, but the other won't. So something about that. Sige, last question. Sorry. For all of you, each should answer. Okay. So what are 1 to 2 key findings for in the research? What made you excited about this research, given that you're gamers, but also you're sociologists in training. Okay. And also, what was the, yun na lang, sige.
Ma'am, can you repeat the question?
What?
I'm sorry.
What made you excited about this research, given that you are, a gamer, but also at the same time you're a sociologist in training? So what would be 1 to 2 key findings for you? What made you excited about it?
Okay, I guess what made me excited was because we're kind of studying the type of player that I am to an extent, because I tend to be the masculine and toxic player, but I don't condone sexist or homophobic remarks. Just just putting it out there. I just flame my teammates for playing badly, but so I just found it interesting because we were studying that kind of player, and I guess the most important finding I have from this is like men tend to gatekeep a lot of hobbies, not just gaming, but I've noticed a pattern with male-dominated hobbies. They tend to gatekeep it, and that's what I find most interesting about this.
I was excited to study this subject because, similar to Jan, I used to be a very toxic player for both games. When things wouldn't go my way, of course I would get mad, but it never got to the point. It never got to the point where I would degrade someone simply because of their gender or their sexuality. I would never condone that. But this subject has been really fun to research about, and not only did I learn more about myself, but I learned more about the world as well. So general, I'm sorry. I guess one key finding I would take away from this is that words have so much power, and it can affect how someone can view themselves. Given, like, for example, some of our participants are, let's say, being mansplained, or they are said something sexist, and at the end of the day, their experiences their experiences changed. Their perspective is that is one important finding that I take away.
Okay. So, well, they both exposed themselves as toxic male, but I want to represent them, the toxic females. Yeah, so, yes, it's true naman talaga that it really is part of the game. Not because it's normal, but because it just happens na parang, you're playing so good, tapos someone's bringing you down. So, syempre, ano ba yan? Like, keep up. Tapos, it's so good that Seb said na words are so powerful. Like, kasi, di ba, I experienced sexism sa game. Words are so powerful talaga because at the end of the day, that guy probably doesn't remember me. But when he said, babae ka ba? Ang hina mo yata. Well, look at me now. I made a thesis about his comment. Oh my God. I'm very excited to because the aim of our study is to syempre make the gaming space more inclusive. Like it wants to contribute to that in some way. We want to show na ito na yung data. It's true, okay? So do something about it. What I'm excited about is to see those kinds of players get punished, and the moment they even say those words, parang, your account has been suspended permanently. So yeah, I'm excited about that. But I'm getting carried away. Sorry. My key finding talaga from this is that sexism and homophobia can manifest in so many ways in just one type of space. Like imagine if it's like the workplace or in other spaces, but in the leisure space, even if there's no sexist remark, even the fact na halimbawa when the female player was slotted to support a god, that's a microaggression. So even without words, like simple gestures, simple actions that we think is normal or natural, that can be sexist. So parang we want to it's like a vibe check na parang, are you sexist? Ganon. So yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate your honesty. Ms. Shai, do you still have questions?
Siguro, yung interesting point na lang, a little bit on the elaboration on the voice. Because that's something that's quite unique to your first, not all games have the voice feature, but also voice as a symbol. You have mentioned how dahil nga symbolic interactionist yung gamit niyong theory, maybe a little bit more elaboration on how the voice parang as a representation of the self and also the agreed upon meanings within those spaces becomes quite vital. So yon, for me, at least the directionality again of your visual representation, and then the voice as symbols, and then some descriptions of the popular references that you have mentioned, and clarification on the education part. So yun lang yung recap. But thank you and congratulations again to the team and to your advisor.
Thank you, ma'ams.
Thank you, ma'ams.
Thank you. Okay. And for the final paper of this undergraduate research conference, we have the work of Diko no Makatangay. I suppose this will be presented online, and this paper is entitled The Social Construction of Filipino Queer Male Identity, a qualitative study on Filipino boys love web series. His advisor is Ms. Cherry Alfiler, and the panelists are Mr. Artemio P. Milio and Mr. Mark Remington Tan. Nico?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start. Good afternoon, everyone. I now present my thesis entitled The Social Construction of Filipino Queer Male Identity, a qualitative analysis of Filipino boys love web series. My name is Nico Makatangay, and I'm from 4AD Social Science. I'd like to thank my thesis advisor, Ms. Sherry Alfiler, for her guidance, as none of this would have been possible without her. I'd also like to thank Mr. Art Milo and Mr. Mark Remington Tan for agreeing to be my panelists for my thesis defense today. To start, boys love media originated in Japan in the late 1970s and became a subgenre of shoujo manga called shonen ai, meaning boys love, which focused on the emotional relationships of homosexual male pairings. Derivative and original works alike were published and engaged by fans and artists with the advent of the internet. The internet brought forth new avenues for boys love media, and in 2014, Thailand released its first commercial boys love series, Lovesick, followed by the Philippines in 2016 with Hanging Out. Notably, in 2020, Filipino BL web series upsurged during the COVID-19 pandemic. In the Philippines, homosexual male leads are now starring in BL web series where the story revolves around their romantic same-sex love interest. While the portrayals in the BL web series are more serious and respectful as opposed to their film counterparts, wherein they were portrayed in comedic and trivial roles that served to their ridicule, there is still a need to examine how these series construct the Filipino homosexual male identity as audiences consume and internalize these depictions. The upsurge of BL web series in the Philippines provides an opportunity for a deeper analysis of the genre's overall impact on the Filipino homosexual male community, which this study sought to undertake. Social constructionism posits that humans give meaning to things in society through a process of externalization, objectification, and internalization. This means that our sexual identities are influenced by social, cultural, and intersubjective factors rather than just biology. Identities are shaped by meanings and values depending on the time and place, which are spread through institutions like schools, museums, and families via cultural texts such as TV, music, or movies. These leads to meanings and values changing over time and location. Looking at boys love media in the Philippines, we see how authors may shape societal norms through portrayals in audiovisual media. This emphasizes how the medium may reflect norms and values, and also how it may recreate and reinforce these norms and values in the social construction of identities that occurs through it. Given this, I wanted to look into evaluating the Filipino boys love web series genre because more representation does not necessarily mean better representation. As past literature revealed, the boys love genre may have problematic depictions of homosexuals ranging from stereotypical to overly idealized. Moreover, it caters to the consumption of audiences and may neglect the minorities it represents, as well as other marginalized groups. The mass production of BL may lead to the mishandled representations of homosexuals, which can be harmful and detrimental to the minorities it represents. Such handling of said media may give the impression that these minorities are merely a means to reach a diverse audience without meeting their overall welfare. While minority representation in media is essential, it is crucial to handle it with care and appropriateness to avoid marginalizing oppressed groups further, which this study aimed to work towards. To conduct this research, I utilized a social constructionist framework wherein Filipino boys love web series were understood to be the materialized externalizations of the creators regarding the socially intersubjective knowledge they have concerning homosexuality. An inspection of the identity construction of the Filipino homosexual male leads in the narratives allowed for the closer inspection of what the creators know and believe about homosexuals. and therefore enabled the evaluation of the representations depicted. Therefore, the following questions were answered. How is Filipino homosexual male identity constructed within Filipino Boys Love web series? The supporting questions of how does Filipino homosexual male identity resist or concede to the construct of religion in the series, and how does Filipino homosexual male identity resist or concede to the construct of the patriarchy in the series were answered as well, to work towards the evaluation of the Filipino Boys Love genre. In this study, I looked at how Filipino homosexual male identity was constructed in the online genre of Filipino Boys Love web series. To do this, I used three integrated theoretical perspectives: social constructionism, Michel Foucault's theory of power relations, and Judith Butler's theory of gender performativity. Social constructionism tells us that our understanding of reality is shaped by the norms and values around us, which are internalized through our interactions with others. With regards to sexuality, our interactions with societal institutions like religion and the patriarchy inform our construction of reality. Furthermore, power relations, according to Foucault, are embedded in institutions, discourses, and practices, and they are used to regulate and define sexuality. Moreover, Butler's theory tells us that gender is a social construction performed through actions and behaviors. By examining the cultural constructs of religion and the patriarchy in the Filipino BL, we can see how Filipino homosexual male individuals in the series construct their identities by performing it against the regulations and definitions allowed by the constructs of religion and the patriarchy, which exert power through disciplinary agents to uphold the discourses, behaviors, and practices regarding the appropriate sexuality, which is heterosexuality. The methodology employed is dialogic and performance narrative analysis using an exploratory multiple case study approach. I chose 5 Boys Love series for analysis: My Extraordinary, Boy Band Love, My Day, Sacristan, and Amore. Using both verbal and nonverbal elements, the analysis examined how the leads positioned themselves with regards to performativity against the cultural constructs that pressured and regulated them. Regarding their identity constructions, the research process involved several phases, including narrative preparation, familiarization with data, generating codes, reviewing themes, defining and naming themes, and producing the report, wherein vivid excerpts were selected to illustrate each emergent theme. Upcoming in this presentation, which are as follows. Concession refers to the act of giving in or yielding to the expectations and demands of others in the context of societal norms and values. In the case of Filipino homosexual male leads in the BL series My Extraordinary, Boy Band Love, My Day, and Sacristan, the emergent theme of concession involved conforming to the dominant heterosexual ideology in order to be accepted and valued by mainstream society. The leads were expected to adhere to the norms and expectations of the discourses and behaviors privileged by the patriarchy regarding the appropriate accepted standard, that is heterosexuality, and were disciplined or denigrated if they deviated from these norms. As a result, they performed concessions by minimizing or obfuscating parts of their sexual identities and performing masculine heteronormative behaviors outwardly to appease the surveillance of disciplinary agents, as otherwise they suffered violence. Moving on to the emergent theme of concessions to religion, the narratives of Boy Band Love, Sacristan, and Amore showcased how Filipino homosexual males had to conform to the religious teachings that deemed the appropriate sexuality, which categorized them as deviants. Their sexual identities were regulated by disciplinary agents, including parents, religious peers, and themselves, leading them to deny their sexuality or project a heterosexual facade. They also faced hate speech and ostracism from religious peers and institutions and had to choose between their religious career or sexual identity. These concessions led to the construction of identities that reinforced religious norms. And in this emergent theme of concession to religion, it was illustrated how religious beliefs about gender and sexuality were upheld and resulted in the suppression of individual sexual identities. With regards to the emergent theme of negotiation of compromise, the performances of Filipino homosexual male leads in the BL series My Extraordinary, Boy Band Love, and Sacristan negotiated compromises between their sexual identities and the patriarchy and religion. They deceived their parents and peers to pursue same-sex relationships, distanced themselves from potential same-sex partners while maintaining proximity, engaged in same-sex relationships in private while projecting straight personas to the public, and maintained proximity to their partners despite separation brought about by religion. These performances constructed identities that found a middle ground between concession and resistance, upholding patriarchal and religious norms in public, but partially affirming their sexual identities in private. In this emergent theme, the leads understood the consequences of their otherness, but still sought affirmation of their sexual identities. With regards to the emergent theme of resistance to the patriarchy, the performances of Filipino homosexual male leads in the BL series My Extraordinary, Boy Band Love, My Day, Sacristan, and Amore challenged patriarchal norms regarding gender and sexuality. These performances subverted the social scripts and discourses regarding the appropriate performance of gender and sexuality upheld in their respective narratives. The leads transformed their parents' homophobic views, came out despite the perceived threat of marginalization, challenged their heteronormative parents' authority, accepted their estranged queer parents, and created safe spaces for queer individuals. These performances constructed identities that resisted the heteronormative regulations of the patriarchy. This emergent theme showed the ways in which the Filipino homosexual male identity opposed the patriarchal norms in society. In My Extraordinary, Boy Band Love, My Day, and Amore, women who had implied romantic ties with the male leads served as representations and reminders of the heterosexual order, privileged by the patriarchy. These women were portrayed as obstacles to the success of the same-sex relationships of the leads, either as active villains or passive burdens. Sandy in My Extraordinary wrote about the deaths of the leads through forced outing, while Mika in Boy Band Love sexually violated a homosexual male lead. Moira in My Day taped and spread non-consensual sexual cyber exploitation of the leads, and Princess in Amore held the lead accountable for a child she bore, mistakenly and inadvertently. Through these problematic representations of women, the privileged status of the heterosexuality in society and the ways in which women functioned as patriarchal constraints in the narratives were demonstrated. As religion and the patriarchy define the appropriate sexuality and the accepted performance of it with regards to gender, masculinity, and sexuality, the leads navigated social objective worlds wherein they were systematically othered. And as observed through the analysis, it was through performances of concession, negotiation of compromise, and resistance against religion and the patriarchy that the Filipino homosexual male leads constructed their identities. Patterns found across the 5 series are as follows. Of the 5 series, only 2 had narrative conclusions wherein leads ended up in a same-sex relationship. Of that 2, only 1 was in an out and proud relationship. Therefore, 4 out of 5 had narrative conclusions wherein the sexual identities of the leads were negated. Furthermore, 3 out of 3 series wherein the constraints of religion was explicitly exhibited had the sexual identities of the leads negated in their narrative conclusions, which speaks to the socially intersubjective knowledge of the creators regarding the regulatory strength religion has on homosexuals. Moreover, 4 out of 4 series wherein women who had implied romantic relationships with the leads portrayed them either as active villains or passive burdens. They represented patriarchal constraints by reminding the leads of the privileged heterosexual order, pressuring them to conform to the heterosexual matrix by presenting themselves as romantic partners, as well as functioning as agents of the patriarchy themselves by enacting performances that hindered the success of the same-sex relationships, the leads. Seeing that this occurred in 4 out of 4 series wherein these types of women were present, it can be seen how the portrayal of women from a production standpoint can be seen as influenced by patriarchal attitudes as well, as seen in their misogynistic portrayals. In light of these findings, given that the internet is a means for queer individuals to learn about themselves, facilitating their coming out processes and self-realization, online audiovisual media can contribute to the reshaping of the social construction of reality. In light of that, these BL series were seen with the merits of, first, having the potential to raise awareness on the social realities of Filipino homosexual males through their concessions and negotiations of compromise. As the series selected were found to simulate the othering of LGBT students in secondary and tertiary education, wherein they experience bullying, discrimination, and marginalization by virtue of their queerness. Second, they may serve as avenues of education on the ways in which queer individuals can challenge patriarchal religious constructs that other them through their resistances. And lastly, they may have the potential to positively impact the well-being of homosexuals and the perception of them as a community through their positive representations seen in their resistances. Contextualizing this with the findings that show that 4 out of 5 Filipino boys' love series denied the sexual identities of the leads and portrayed women in misogynistic manners, the mishandling of their minority representations identified in this genre may reinforce patriarchal norms and contribute to the social construction of Filipino homosexual identity as othered, as the media can act as teachers of values regardless of the creator's intent and shape viewers' knowledge and beliefs. These issues show the urgent need for increased awareness among viewers, creators, and researchers of the social construction of reality through media and the potential impact on marginalized communities, as done so by this study. Regarding Filipino BL, despite the small sample size, this study emphasizes the importance of addressing representation issues in Filipino boys' love series, and it highlights the need to be mindful of the manner in which art represents life, as skewed interpretations have the potential of adversely cascading into the ways in which life is impacted by art, especially in the case of already marginalized minorities in society. With that, I conclude my presentation. I now hand the floor over to my thesis panelists, Mr. Art Milo and Mr. Mark Remington Tan, for their questions and recommendations.
Now for the comments and questions of Mr. Milio and Mr. Tan.
Sige. Sige. Sige, ako muna, since susumbet si Art. Joke lang. Sige. So, first off, Nico, congrats, nakapag-defend ka. That's the first step. Lapit na. So, yeah. Okay. I think I have more comments than questions. So, if that's fine. Sige, my questions are in 3 parts, no, on the theory, on the method, and on the technical aspect. So, quick lang my question ko regarding theory, no. So, first off, no, let's start with an easy question. Who is your research subject here?
The leads, the Filipino homosexual male leads.
Let's say, you know, what I mean here is, so, sige, yung comment ko kasi, yung concern ko regarding the subject is because, as seen from the title of your paper, it's on the social construction of the Filipino queer male identity, right? So the leads are important because they are a construction, in a way, no? They are an externalization of the Filipino queer male identity. But going back to this concept, this idea of the queer male identity, what I've noticed in the paper is that you tend to use the words queer and homosexual interchangeably. Tama ba? Yes.
Yes, that's definitely an oversight because that would entail like bisexuals as well.
Okay, so the reason why I focus on this is because for me, it's important to be more precise when talking about this subject because I mean, in the Philippines pa lang, di ba, we have this concept of the bakla, of the silihis, di ba, MSM, yung mga yun. The Filipino homosexual, our understanding of the bakla is not necessarily the same as a Western understanding of what the gay person is. So on that end, no, for me, I think I would suggest clarifying that this section of the text in the theoretical section, no, the section on who you're talking about. So I also have some recommendations on some texts that could help with it. So that's one thing that I'd like to point out. The second thing I'd like to point out is you've been using the concept of the patriarchy throughout the text, right? Especially in the method section, no? So again, my comments are a bit similar here, no? I think na there's room for clarifying on how you understand what the patriarchy is. Because I think patriarchy, di ba, most people have a general idea of what we mean by the patriarchy. But at the same time, no, the patriarchy is a concept that that manifests itself in many ways, no? It's also dealt with in many ways. Kaya nga, marami tayong branches of feminism, right? Meron tayong militant feminism, radical feminism, di ba? Marxist feminism. In the same way, no, I would suggest, for me lang, no, it would be better if you could clarify more. If you could clarify your position with regard to the patriarchy. I think this is just a suggestion, no? One approach you could do is relate it to the concept of heteronormativity. Because yung heteronormative, I've noticed that you used it also throughout the text a little bit, especially in the latter part of the text, of the thesis. I think you have a good understanding of it. Hindi lang siya defined exactly within the theoretical section. So I think that will be a good approach to do, no? Regarding this concept of patriarchy. And medyo same din yung concern ko with religion because religion is also another concept you've used throughout the text. You discuss it a little bit when you mention the history of the Philippines, Catholicism and such. But I think there's room for supporting it more, no? For clarifying your position with regard to religion. But yeah, there's just room for clarifying and supporting those parts a little bit better. So that's for the theoretical section, no? For the methods section naman, no? I'd like to ask you first, no? Is there a particular reason why you chose this method? Yung medyo narrative analysis na to?
Because it lends itself to the analysis of audiovisual texts. Dialogical narrative analysis takes into account their meanings created in their dialogical enactments, so they're verbal, and how they embody these meanings through their nonverbal constructions, like tone gesture, which lends itself to the analysis of this types of media.
But anyway, yung ano kasi, the reason I'm asking why you chose this particular method, no, is because naisipin ako, were there limitations with regard to using other methods, especially in the context of a pandemic, di ba? Because I think the method section was pretty, for me, no, personally, I think it was pretty strong naman yung method section. But I would say na it could have been a little bit more grounded in the sense that you could have asked actual queer people, either producers of BL or mga people who consume BL or maybe mga experts with regard to BL, no, with regard to how they see it, no. Because for me kasi ang nangyari at least the focus on BL, it was a good analysis, no. There were very strong points, no, throughout the thesis, but I think ang nangyari is that you focused more on BL as a text and less on how it was internalized or externalized. So I think there was room for looking at that side a little bit more. But otherwise, no, okay naman. Aside from that, no, I'd like to ask if hindi ko lang napansin, no, but in the text, is there any particular reason why you separated, at least you split religion and patriarchy with regard to how you analyze the texts?
Just for clarity in presentation. But actually, yeah, when I did that, I realized parang I made it look like they act independently of each other, which I could definitely work on in the revision too.
And I think that's a fair, ano naman, for me, that's a fair way to do it naman. But siguro to help nuance it further lang, no, I think what you could do, since you did this approach anyway, maybe you could add a little section lang on how religion and patriarchy would inform each other with regard to the text, diba? I think there's room for doing that. So, ano lang yan, parang bonus points lang naman, no? So yeah, pretty much ay yung concerns ko regarding theory and method, and comments ko pala. With regard to the writing naman, I have comments naman on a PDF. I'll send them to you na lang. Ano naman, mga minor issues lang with regard to grammar and maybe construction and such, and some recommendations. Aside from that, siguro I have some, ano lang, maybe some useful references I'm gonna send you in case you want to include them lang to support some of the parts a little bit better, especially with regard to my suggestions, no? Especially isang part ng one of your references kasi is Clidoro, right? Which is for me an important part of the thesis. I have another reference which is related to him, or to them pala, which you might, I think, find interesting and useful. Sa kanya naman kasi by Mikey Inton on the bakla in queer cinema. I mean, the Filipino queer in cinema, Philippine cinema. So yeah, something interesting lang to mention. So aside from that, no, I think there's also room for, I don't know kung if there's room pa for thesis, no, maybe considering how, I mean, since you've done a textual analysis na, di ba? Since you started with the context, with the history of Filipino BL, di ba? Coming from Japan and yung mga yaoi, yung mga shonen ai and such, right? Maybe there's room for, at least at the end, no, for seeing how it all relates back to that start. Para lang medyo full circle siguro. So, otherwise, no, good job. So, yeah.
Thank you, Earl. Hello, Nico. How are you feeling?
Nervous.
So first, I would like to congratulate you for the following reasons. Let me focus first on the strength of your paper. I really find your topic interesting and compelling. I understand why you focus on facts because it's deconstructive and the focus is really on the discursive power because narrative creates discourse. Discourse embeds power. So we articulate discourse, we create discourse, therefore we have the tendency to reproduce, negotiate, or even resist dominant views on gender and sexual identities within the Filipino imaginaries and beyond. But I respect Ram's comments on that particular aspect, and perhaps you could pursue that as your next study. The other strength is in terms of thematization of data, it's very organized. Your sentence construction is even good, although there are words that keep on reappearing. I also find your conceptual framework fairly good because there was a collocation of the ground condition of the problems, the research questions, your theories, the concepts, and your methodologies. Although there is a room for improvement by elaborating your theorization on sexuality, because sexuality is so broad, it is understudied, it is a universe, right? What we know about sexuality has limitations. For the limitations of your paper or points for improvement, same as REM, I suggest that you need to explain the interplay of gender and religion, or the link between religion and patriarchy. So as Ram emphasized earlier, it was not written on your manuscript. Then I would like to ask, since your investigation design is deconstruction, and as we all know in deconstruction, we need to look into points of tensions, negations, right? Divergences, convergences. So I would like to ask, how are your findings relate to the broader debates on LGBT and peer-related studies? The reason why I am asking this is because there is a minority within a minority, right? So LGBT in general, or the mainstream LGBT in general, disagrees with heteronormativity, disagrees with patriarchy, with terms of misogyny. I would like to ask how you relate your findings to the broader debates of, for example, on the bakla, on gay, on bisexuality, or even beyond identitarian constructions, even beyond that. You may want to relate that to cultural formations involving non-binary gender and sexual identities. Did you get my question, or there's a need for me to re-articulate it?
I didn't quite get that. I'm sorry.
Because it's not found in the manuscript, right? There's no some sort of situational analysis. First, linking religion and patriarchy, then linking gender, notions of gender and religion and patriarchy, and its interplay with the debates on non-binary gender and sexual identities, such as discussions on the bakla, discussions on bisexuality. Because I find your concept of homosexuality lacking in terms of scope, right? Because homosexuality, it can be universal. The Filipino imaginary, right?
Sorry, it got cut off at the last part.
Yes, so let me say it again.
Oh, it's cutting off again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the audio.
Discussion on the situational analysis of religion, patriarchy, and gender, and the interplay of gender and sexual identities.
Sorry, it cut off again. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, because in your manuscript, there's no substantial discussion, right, religion, patriarchy, and gender. No, they're the links of these areas. Also, how how the mainstream LGBT discourse or framework interplays or relates with the debates on, again, non-binary gender and sexual identity, such as the bakla, gay, bisexuality. There are disagreements or reinforce the mainstream LGBT, which is to an extent not supportive of the lower class, the most vulnerable, the minority among the minority LGBTQ identities.
I'm so sorry. It froze again. I'm not sure why.
So again, to simplify, since your investigation design is deconstruction, and in deconstruction, may I ask Nico, can you hear me?
It gets cut off like mid-sentence.
How about now? Am I audible on your end?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let me go back again to my suggestion. Because Rem and I, we did not find substantial discussion on the interplay of gender and religion and patriarchy. Okay. Another is how the mainstream LGBTQIA plus concept or framework relates with the debates on non-binary gender and sexual identities, such as the bakla, again, gay, bisexuality, because there are disagreements within these identity labels. Bisexuality, for example, it finds patriarchy favorable because to some extent they can pass masculine traits, right? So my point here is, since you are using deconstruction, and we all know that when we deconstruct, there are regimes or regulatory frames of power that are revealed, right? So maybe you can look into these aspects. Any response, Nico?
I don't know if it directly answers your question, actually, but regarding the debates with non-binary, was it? Non-binary identities and how this study relates to the debates on that. I feel like the representations of the leads actually serve to their detriment because they're typecast into roles that are actually still pretty masculine despite them being gay.
Yes, but that's what's lacking, right, in your manuscript.
Yeah.
The organization of your themes is good, but you did not relate it to the broader debates. Okay, so it's important to relate our findings or analysis to broader debates. And My next point would be your current study aims to work towards the understanding of the representation of the Filipino homosexual male identity in Filipino boys' love web series and its potential implications for the development of gay and bisexual male sexual orientation identity. So I'd like to ask, what are the impacts of your findings on gay and queer representations in terms of media and popular culture?
Well, we can see that since we have more representation, it's not necessarily constructive all the time, seen in how in the findings it was highlighted that women were kind of disregarded in misogynistic manners just to spicing up the plot and complicate. And also how homosexuals in their own series are seen as expendable in maybe non-obvious ways.
Yes, and your findings gears more or leans more on the argument that their narratives are somewhat detrimental, right?
Yes.
Now, I observed that you have three themes. So, may I ask if these themes are of equal weight? Themes such as concession, negotiation of compromise, and resistance, are these of equal weight?
I'm not sure how to answer. I never thought of that. I'm sorry.
Yes, so you need to align that to your argument that since it's detrimental, maybe the resistance is more impactful than the other themes. Yes. One more on women. So you emphasize that women and homosexuality share common grounds against patriarchy and religion. So I would like to ask the points of divergences we're able to find or to find out the points of divergences between women and homosexuality.
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yes. From what I understand, women and homosexuality, they have common grounds, right? That they are sort of victims or minoritized by religion and patriarchy. What about divergences? We're able to find out the points of divergences between women and homosexuality based on your data?
Maybe in the narratives, how homosexuals kind of function as co-subjugators of women because they're differentiated by their genders.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking this is because, again, there are debates within feminism, right? As also highlighted by Rem. And for example, queer studies is not exclusive to the LGBTQ studies, right? There are strands within feminism that are supportive of queer theorizations, like performativity, for example. But there are also strands within feminism that are not supportive of performativity. For one, it counters the fundamentals. So I suggest that you look into those points of divergences. Okay. So for the technical aspects, table of contents, I did not find it in your manuscript, and glossary of terms. So there. Do you have any clarifications, Nico?
No, I'll take all your comments and address them in the revision.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nico, and also the examiners, Mr. Tan and Mr. Milio. Now, to formally close this undergraduate research conference, may we call on Dr. Enrique Niño Piliviste, yes, Associate Professor of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, and also the Director of the Institute of Philippine Culture, for the closing remarks. Sir Niño?
Thank you. Thank you, Kaloy. First of all, we would like to thank and congratulate the presenters, the teams, the research teams who have successfully and commendably showcased not just their individual talent, but their co-produced and co-created works, which are products of rigor and sophistication, theoretically, methodologically, and of course, empirically. But of course, gratitude wouldn't be complete if we don't acknowledge the hard work that the supervisors put in. And for colleagues from the Sociology and Anthropology Department who are both on-site and online, we thank you profusely. And of course, it would be a great injustice not to recognize the organizers of this event. We would particularly wish to thank Dr. Glenda Lopez-Wee, who led this undertaking. Of course, our secret weapons in the department, Trish, Reyes, Carbaja, Ado Balboa, Gmar Constantino, who basically sacrificed time and effort to ensure that this event is successful. Let me close by actually focusing on themes that emerged from today's conversation. And there are several pieces that I came up with, and so indulge me on this. First is perspective. What we have been grappling with since this morning is the reality that perspectives, experiences, aspirations, and contexts are plural. And we can't deny the plurality or the multiplicity of these realities. And so we have to acknowledge and to provide spaces, regardless of whether these are mainstream, alternative, or marginalized. We see them all as important, right? Of course, when you talk about perspectives, we have to talk about a second P, which is people, right? At the end of the day, while sociologists historically and traditionally talk about structures and institutions, what drives these institutions, what makes structures enabling and enfeebling all at once would be us, people, tayo. And so I think the presentations, the papers, showcased or highlighted the exploits, the limitations, and the shortcomings, as well as the promise of people. Thirdly, power and precarity. In varying degrees, in shall we say, diverse ways, you showcased what power is all about, right? Who has it, who is bereft of it, and who aspires to have it and why, right? So power can be economic, it can be political, it can be social, it can be ideological, it can be gender-based, it can be cultural. And so we found a lot of things about that in today's conversation. Precarity, we all experience unsettling moments of uncertainty because of disruptions. And for the past 2 years, we've been experiencing that because of the global health crisis. And we found out that precarity is also an indicator of inequality. Merong mabilis makarecover because of their resources. Merong hanggang ngayon hindi pa nakaka-recover because of the lack of resources. Of course, we also talk about the significance of sociology in creating or informing policy, another P. And I think that's important. While we theorize, we conceptualize, and we imagine certain methodological innovations that we need to pursue, at the end of the day, we need to make a dent in policymaking. The question is, so what? And so we answer that question by saying, okay, now that we know more about everyday reality, now that we've found alternative ways of addressing inadequacies in society, perhaps we should concretize through policy. And finally, of course, in connection with policy is prospects for change. We're doing all this not just to showcase our talent. We're doing all this not just to highlight how good we are, as students, as a major, as a department, but we're doing this because we want to make a difference, however modest that difference may be. And so, from the bottom of my heart, I'm really proud of what the students produced and what the students worked hard on. And I really, again, want to thank their supervisors who guided them ably. Supervisors who know when to show the way, but more importantly, when to get out of the way, to let you guys shine. And so thank you, congratulations, and let's do this again next year.
Thank you, Dr. Leviste. Dr. V, any final remarks as well?
Oh no, I just want to thank everyone there on site. Nino, good friend Nino, Kaloy, thank you so much. Art, thank you. Ado, of course, Ado. Mars, thank you so much. And Tracy, who is on her way to the US now. Thank you everyone for making this a reality. And of course, to all the dear students, congratulations everyone. And the supervisors, your supervisors, of course, thank you so much for all your patience, and reviewers as well. So yeah, so thank you and congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Dr. V. I think that concludes our research conference for this year. Well, as for these undergraduates, I hope you won't present again in the 5th research conference then.